There you are. You guys are YouTube famous. There it is.
Nice. That's awesome.
Hey guys, we're taking about a 10-minute break, and we're going to start this video. We're going to start this presentation. I'm not even going to tell you what it's about right now, but we're live right now. If you're in the chat, you're not going to see any woohoos from Pamela Swan because she's right here. And so are a lot of my other moderators. The rest of you moderators, thank you for doing what you're doing. And we're going to get started in about 10 to 12 minutes. We're going to take off. It's going to get real quiet in here.
Shellcracker just wants to say thanks to all you mods. First time at a meetup. Super psyched. Can't even believe it. Take care, guys. Yeah, I'm from Florida, so it's hard for me. I got two dogs, chickens, 2 cats. Are you local?
No, it isn't that.
Yeah, so I it's too hard to get to. I had a tough year too. I lost 3 family members this year, and I was taking care of them. That's exactly it. And the suffering I had to witness, not so much my grandparents, but my aunt. It was like I was like keeping them alive for about 9 to 10 months. She had horrific operations. If I wasn't here taking care of her around the clock, she would be dead within 4 days. So she wanted to keep fighting. She was fighting. I just could not believe her grit and determination. And I knew that once she had made that decision, that I was going to be so happy. She had gone through the times of challenge. And she did it. And she made it out. She's an amazing place to live. So was my grandparents. She got honest with my grandparents. Things like that. When I let them know what the real situation was with their daughter, my grandmother just right down. My grandfather says, "I'm right behind you. I'm coming. I'm going to get in Mama's bed and go with her." And then he went the next week. So you could say that you're. It was like they just wanted to be there. Be there for when she was ready to go. They couldn't bear it. And she got to stay at home. She had to stay at home. Be as comfortable as she possibly could be. I'm happy for her. She took a tough drive. She learned something great. I'll tell you that. Yeah, so it was tough, and I just see everybody going to meetups, and I'm just so calm. Besides taking care of my wife, this is find it someday, somehow. Yeah, that's exactly the way it is for all of us. There's no other way. We're outnumbered. Huge effort. And you can't blame them, That could have been us. These are nice. These are right. So much I know. Yes, it's been years. We're in 2016, I think. No more, nothing. Even 2015, no more sports. I think I've given up on watching sports. All of it. Then every year, just TV just became something that was TV shows. Once in a great while, really, I got kids, so I know, I really great, amazing son. He just turned 16. And we've been homeschooling for a while. And it's given me the opportunity to like slowly start giving him something. And he hasn't been so programmed yet. One, because he's young, two, because he hasn't been to school. That he can see it so easily. So easily. He makes comments sometimes that are just like mind blowing. What's the matter? Like he doesn't know, like it's so obvious to him. It's baffling that adults. No, I mean I learned things because he's in that seat and he's more intellectually gifted, spiritually gifted than I was. I learned a lot. Like he doesn't really know it's not his dad, you know. I want him to look up to me a little bit, you know. And, so I listened to him. He was a little boy. He was like 3 years old. He was doing things that were blowing my mind. You know, amazing things that were coming from somewhere else. And he was doing it without trying. Memory, pattern recognition. He taught himself how to read without listening to the owner. He just took over reading stories. I was noticed he could memorize entire books and just read them page by page without looking at them, knowing exactly where you had to turn the page, where the last sentence was, what page that was. He was saying it. He was turn the page. I like this. While he was reading the book from his mind. And we taught him alphabet, I picked that right up, and I was joking around with him. He said, I'm 3.5 years old. Holding his hand walking down the front steps. And I asked him if he was still looking for the alphabet. He said, the alphabet. And I looked down and I said, no, how about the alphabet? Backwards. He paused a little second, and he's like, you're 3.5 years old. And I was like, X, Y, Z, all the way through. And I was like, I didn't know if he was right, because he said it so fast. So, I got him in the house and I started like writing him down as he was saying, come on, like, what's going on?
That's you. I told you wouldn't be famous. Even I told to the wife, like, hey, want to see me live.
That's awesome. Man, I just threw a lot of pressure talking.
I have a license class. Did you say Ellie or Elizabeth? I know.
Hey,
It'd be confusing. Yeah, because I'm cousin I know. I've been looking at Barbies for years. That's how we ended up get out of it. So where's your and she was the man. Let me show and then good job. Oh, she just got the hot water. Maybe you know what? I do. I also do text. If you wanted to text me for email, you can send it. Okay. Well, I was going to write down the that was easy for you. Or to get more money, I will get it. CAUTIER. Yeah, just text me your name.
Yeah, it's a great children's book. I have kids. I'm 5. That was my life. So there's a great book. It's called Pizza for Breakfast. It's a husband and wife. It's a pizza shop. At one moment they say, customers in bigger building, and then we're like, oh my god, this is so terrible. They end up with like
Can I move it?
And I'm going to let her know that I met you. So that she sees you.
I'm not gonna take it. I can't.
No, this is it. Only in the presentation.
So your wife is here. Is she on board with this place?
We need to distribute the share. How you doing, man? Well, man, cannot believe I remember everything about this life.
So that's how it is.
So when it comes to Houston,
I'm gonna get on this.
I was in the mall. One of the, this is like the gallery or whatever. We walked several of them.
Okay. Is it? I'm 29. Okay. Okay, so you can read this before I send it. I'm going to say that.
Pain in my ass is what it is.
It says
You know what? I said this has to come out the back.
I met
Pain in my ass.
mother.
I cannot believe I forgot this tripod.
And you're sucked into this.
Oh, Lord, I need to find some tape.
She knows that. Okay.
Rest on that sentence. Oh, I guess you should have been through.
Okay, I'm going to tell her that I'm giving you the base playlist.
What is that rope case you want it inside?
Steve. Wait. Hold that thought.
Two zip ties, one on each side, and then the other one grabbing. Yeah, let me. I have zip ties in my truck. Let me go for it.
Cool. Yeah, they were just going to get something also. I'm not sure if it was zip ties.
Okay, so I sent it to you. So, what Wait, say that again? And you know Janet? Uh-oh, somebody.
They forgot the tripod.
Yeah, no, I mean, David's coming in, that's his name, David, with the zip ties. That thing was, it's real hard because it won't close tight enough to grab onto this. So we're just going to have to zip tie it. I don't think
the only problem is this coming out the back, so.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to keep that on the side. It's going to have to be like this. I'll hold it while you guys... You have a lot of those, David?
Yeah. That's what I want.
You're going to have to go around the pole.
Yeah.
We need to feed that through. Feed that through both of those.
Got it? All right, hold on. Stop right there. Okay, wait a minute. All right. No, we just
Yeah, man.
right here. Hold on a minute. We're gonna tilt this.
Yeah,
just
full
a little.
house. Pretty good.
We have one more zip tie.
We did. It was a live show last night.
Yeah, I'm free. Go get you some cardboard shim.
Weston has a That'll work.
That works?
I think,
Sure. Clean it right up, David.
You good? Okay. So the only thing we need to do now, both screens can be seen, is turn that whole thing just a hair this way to take in that screen. You're good. You're absolutely good. That's it. What a nightmare.
Looks way more professional.
You got me.
I got you.
What a nightmare, man. I'm gonna put you on the payroll, man.
Yeah, you don't need to. Just give me a shirt.
Hey, go get it.
I want you to give it.
I'll do it.
And if you sign them,
You too, man.
it will be awesome, bro.
I would love
If you sign it, I wouldn't even wear it.
Well, we got a few breaks in between my presentation.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a couple from my kids.
Hey, brother. I need a paper towel.
Give me a second.
Okay, it's Greg Carlwood.
It's who?
Greg Carlwood,
Okay. Oh, with
Higher Side Chats.
with this Jason and
Yes.
and other Pro.
Not Crow at all.
Oh, okay.
Higher Side Chats.
Got it. I like this fireside chat, and I think I heard that too.
It's
It's been a
good.
while. Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
I wouldn't go that far. Maybe we'll come again.
Oh, so that's successful.
Yeah. You can go upstairs and look at the office and walk home and the rest of all right.
I'm going to start this presentation in about 2 minutes. Did I scare you? Did I startle you?
Well, I'm just thinking how I just got a text from somebody who said they heard my voice on YouTube.
Oh, yeah? If you get anywhere near that camera, they can hear you very good. You say hi, mom, hi to mom. Okay. Public service announcement. All right, we're going to start in 2 minutes. Start wrapping it up. We changed the camera mounts to give you guys 10 more chairs. I guess that's a pretty good thing when we don't have enough seating in here. A lot of people here. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Wrapping it up. I'm going to start. Give him a chance. They look the time down. They look the time down.
HDMI 1 is that. There you go. David, HDMI 1. You got a sore spot over there, David? Inputs, yeah.
Their boss.
Their boss. Good boss. Their boss.
I saw that pop up somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the chat feed at?
I don't know. I don't want to touch it.
Can you go on YouTube on your phone and see if we're live? Okay, why isn't there a chat feed?
I cannot see the chat.
You can't see the chat either? I'm gonna tell you why. Because we got disrupted. There's no chat feed on there, is there? There it is. There it is. There it is. We're good. Chat feed.
It's still loading. Here it is.
There it is. You got it.
Cool. Is it live right now?
Yeah.
It's live. I know. I'm talking about my family and everything else, and I'm like, all this like front and center.
How's my audio in the back? How's my audio? It's good. We got the YouTube live chat feed going. If y'all want to get on your phones, get in the chat, say hi. We're live right now. It took a hell of a headache. We weren't anticipating this many people. Big John, we're going live. He's so big you can't hear. We're going live right now.
Right now.
All right, guys. We got a full house, so we just provided 10 more chairs. I think there's 3 stacked there. If you're standing up and there's no seating, we just put 3 more chairs right there. If anybody needs a seat. Pamela Swan. Woohoo! So Pamela Swan's here. You guys know she's a moderator. She has more blue wrenches than the law allows. She's a moderator on like 20 different channels. 19 of them hate my guts. But it's all good. So I got a security detail here. You guys know this is Cole. Cole's from Alaska. Cole is cool, calm, collective. I surround myself with big guys to make people on YouTube think I'm small. But Cole, I'm not gonna put all his business out there, but Cole had a unique opportunity emerge in his life after watching Archaix for a little while. He entertained Breaking Pattern. He was at a point in his life where he admitted to me, you know what, I'm looking for something more. And you know what, I make fantastic money and I do like what I'm doing. Alaska's not where I need to be. And he did a major move in his life. And that's his business. But he ended up in Willis, Texas. He just bought a house. And he's not the only one from Willis in here. There's a couple more I just met. But Cole just told me I got a lot of free time. And I really believe in what you're doing. And I just want to be a part of it. So he's been hired. He's got a heart of gold. You guys already know Big John. I've already introduced you to Face Diaper. Face Diaper OG's here. Jamie Robbins is here. Pamela Swan is here. All my moderators that were able to make it. I got some more holding down the fort on the live feed. The biggest OG in the building. I'm gonna put his business out there. 82 years old, still ticking, and he's the reason why I'm an uncouth, smart-ass bastard. My dad's right there. So, for those of you who don't really know, 26 years in prison. I was reading and researching, providing notes, but prisoners are not allowed to have a lot of property. So I would have these huge sacks waiting for visitation. And my dad came and saw me every single month for 26 years. He's like clockwork. And sometimes 2 or 3 times a month, depending upon his travels. I wouldn't want him to come any more than that. I'm not trying, I don't like him that much. But you have to understand how precarious it was to be deeply involved in a project that spanned decades, to do this calendrical research, take notes from all these sources, and then pass the books on to other prisoners because I can't keep them, I can't carry them. But the information I hand wrote it all. Jamie Robbins has been to my place and he has gone through my chest full of handwritten notes. He even had an idea one time for me to sell them. I just can't do it. I can sell my illustrations. I did that, but not all my handwritten notes have now been PDF and typed up and formatted. I have files. I provide all those files in those drives over there. But the actual handwritten notes I did in prison, I still have them. I don't think I'm going to get rid of them. Not anytime soon. Not unless Billy Carson sues me or something. I'll go ahead yeah. But my father, we're just gonna get totally honest with you. I don't blame him, but that man didn't understand what I was doing. He didn't understand the trajectory, where my mind was going. To him, I was just his son who got caught up in a bad way. And he was there when I got screwed over like 4 different times to end up in prison at 17 years old. He was there when all these lawsuits got filed. He was there when all this situation beyond my control, when this bastard I was with got me in all this trouble. He was there for that. And the whole time I was in prison, my dad would get these sacks from me and always tell me, because I'd say, hey man, you sure you're keeping up with all this? He said, yeah, man, I just put it somewhere and forget about it. I said, man, you're not putting it in the garage, are you? He said, no, I'm putting it in the attic. It's your stuff is safe. But never did he anticipate what I was going to do when I got out of prison with all that stuff. I was on house arrest for 14 months when I got out of prison. You don't do over a quarter of a century in Texas prison and they just release you to the streets. I had to go through a program. It was a slow acclimating to society. They had me going through all these programs. I had to see a psychologist. I had to make sure they were releasing somebody who wasn't going to do something stupid to make the parole board look dumb. So he was with me through that. 14 months I was on house arrest. I had a monitor. I would go spend time with him and his wife. She's gone now, but we used to sit in the hot tub. And I'd have to have my foot all the way out because I got this GPS monitor on. But it got to be normal. We're all sipping Modelo's, and he's on a margarita, and she's drinking wine, and I got my foot out on YouTube. This is how we did it every night. So for 14 months, it was very emotional for me. I didn't do it immediately. It took me 4 or 5 days. I got hooked on Trailer Park Boys. And it took me 4 or 5 days before I made it to the attic. When I made it to the attic and I saw the prison sacks full of all my research notes, I don't lie, guys, I teared up. I spent months rereading all my stuff, going through it. I'd totally forgotten a bunch of this research. This is the information that made Archaix. These unique videos, presentations, these data sets, and it's all because that man saved all those bags. Well, we've talked about that bastard too long. So we have, hey bud, good to see you again. A lot of familiar faces coming back. So Cheryl is now on the Archaix team, and she's basically taking over the merchandise. That's what she does. She's the one doing all the packaging for everybody. She's back here. She just had a surgery, and we're really surprised that she was with us so fast. Great recovery. That's at military training. She's a vet, and military had a problem with her because she got a smart ass mouth. But you know it. My buddy JR, right there. He's been to all the Houston meetups as well. You guys know he's kind of like my maintenance go-to guy. If anything's wrong, just ask JR. He'll build it, fix it, or F it up. He's good people. Dawn's around here somewhere. I don't know. I have no idea. Scared to ask. But, I got some old friends in here that have been with Archaix since before I was even really known by anybody. I'll probably be doing a meetup at the house of Donald Haight. Donald Haight's a good friend. I've had dinner with him before. We've been in communication for a while. I don't know if you guys remember, I gave away a bunch of selenite knives one time. They were all ornamental, like crystal knives. Those were donated by Donald. He gave us a big box of them. But he raises llamas, lives in Flower Mound, Texas, and he's invited us to use his facility. It's pretty nice to do our next meetup. We're going to do a meetup outside Fort Worth again. So, yeah. Jay Hart. I'm going to single Jay Hart out, even though she doesn't want me to. She didn't ask me to, didn't know I was going to do it, and that's why she's turning beet red. But I'm going to single Jay Hart out because before I was monetized, before I created Archaix TV, before my actual book sales were more than 400 or 500 a month, I was doing Paradise Rock Gardens. I was doing stonework, hardscape, softscape, building gazebos and koi ponds and swimming pools, flagstoning driveways. I was doing things other contractors didn't want to do. That's because I was using unique materials. There's trade secrets. There are very expensive tensile hardeners that you can use in hardscape that are used up north because of temperature differentials. No one in Texas knows about this. So I was doing it and I was showing HOAs, and I have on my website, Paradise Rock Gardens. You can see actual driveways I flagstoned. You can see that van full of flagstone with the cargo bays open, driving over driveways that I built with no stress fractures. I took great pride in what I do, in my work, and I know stone. I know how heavy it is. And that makes me qualified to understand the impossible things we have found in the archaeological record. Impossible by uniformitarian principles, but they're not impossible if you just introduce the idea that they used machines. It's as simple as that. Then you start looking at all these archaeological sites for evidence of heavy machinery, and you find it everywhere. You don't find it if you're a uniformitarian because you've been trained to treat anomalies as non-existent. So you don't report them. You don't tell people what they are. When you find evidence of fracture coring, hypersonic boring, when you find tolerances that are smoother than the marble on a bank building, you just don't report these things. Like we find with the Great Pyramid. Sir Flinders Petrie did, though. That's why I like him. That's why I use his measurements. 1901 and 1902, he mapped out the Giza Plateau and literally admitted he had no idea how the hell they built this. And he was showing the anomalies, but he was a uniformitarian. He didn't entertain them. He showed them, said he didn't know, and shelved them. That, to me, is the epitome of maturity and intellect. The ability to entertain a concept, an idea, and admit you don't know, and just put it to the side and continue on. So I'm going to ask you guys to do the same thing. There are things in this presentation you're not going to be able to wrap your mind around. But many of you are, because you've heard me talk about collapsed discontinuities, reality tunnels, phasing in and out. You've heard me give the presentations that we live in two different mathematical concepts operative at the exact same time, and that we have the ability to phase between them, the collective and the highly personal. So some of the things I'm going to talk to you and show you today and demonstrate for you is based off these concepts. And now you're going to understand why I am so fixated on calendars and chronology. Because we live in a mathematical construct. And once you understand the operative dynamics of that construct, you can predict event trajectories in the field. So we're going to talk about. Some of you brought your dates. I'm going to do it for you. So that introduces another old bastard into the equation. My business partner and confidant on Ophis is Barry Featherstone. He's sitting right here. Stand up. So Barry's Barry is Barry spent most of his life in the UK, then comes stateside. We had a very tenuous beginning. Just one of those times where you meet somebody you know instantly you don't like them. So this is what happened. It was mutual. Yeah, it was mutual. So we lived on a beautiful property. We were both renting. I was renting an Airbnb. It was 2 bedrooms. I love my place, but my place ended up sending me to the hospital because my landlord had just recently lost a former tenant and did not inform me that she just painted over all the black mold throughout the walls. So I ended up in the hospital breathing, and I blamed it on the Vulcan facility because at the time I was working oil and gas, and I thought it was petrochemicals. But over a week period of time, I just couldn't breathe anymore. And come to find out, when they did the toxicology, it was mold. It was black mold. So, but that's when I left. Prior to that, I met Barry. He was renting space on that same property. It was like a duck pond in Magnolia. It was really nice. And when he and I first met, just like guys do, we kind of feel each other out. And I was pretty convinced that he's an asshole. So it's just that's the way it was. He didn't like me because he's ex-law enforcement. He's ex-UK military. He was also a police officer and a civil servant. So me being this smart ass, he saw me every day come in on my Harley. It's a huge bike. And I'd come in there and I'd throttle it up sometimes just to make him mad. Then I'd turn it off. And he had this badass black van. I ended up buying it from him. It's out there right now. But his van was good. I made it badass. It's out there right now. But he used to travel a lot and used to go in that van. So that's where the van came from. When I was contracting, I used to pay him every month for that van until he signed it over to me. And once he signed it over to me, you see what I did. I got JR is the one that did all the interior. It looks like a wooden hotel on the inside. JR did that. Yeah, he's a beast with that stuff. But I was able to put aside, just the things that I found idiosyncratic that I didn't really like ended up being qualities that endeared me later. So the very things I disliked in Barry from the beginning ended up, the more and more he and I dialogued, I realized, okay, the reason I dislike him is because he's just as unique as I am. Unique personalities come into contact. We're like magnets. We're going to repel. We're just going to repel. And this is what happened. Well, I introduced him to my research and what I was doing. And I'm not even going to tell you what he told me in a British accent, actually derogatory. Basically dismissed it all. I was cool with that. But we started talking about it later on. We developed a friendship. The very fact that he could tell me you're full of shit actually impressed me. But where I challenged him over and over was, you need to make sure that your opinion is based off of actual real data that you can back up why you think I'm full of shit, and quit dismissing my material because you're jealous of that badass motorcycle I got. Or I'm a bald head tattooed ex-con. And he's able to do that. And I was very impressed. I like Barry because Barry is able to be that asshole you need him to be. And he's good at that. But he also, now I'm stuck with him because he knows more about Ophis than I do. So I'm so busy with Archaix that I don't have the time he does. Because he's got a nice house way out in the country. He just stays on the computer. He's now educating me. He's going through doing the algorithms, projections. He's finding all kinds of things. He had contacted me right before the election talking about, oh man, Trump's gonna be back. I'm like, all right, man, I don't have time to look at that data, or I put it on YouTube. He's always giving me these little tips and telling me, hey man, this is what's about to happen. So, but everything is the exact opposite of what I anticipated. I'm not real good at changing trajectories when I've already got so much momentum. And what I mean is that from the beginning, I was going to enter a contract with somebody on Ophis, and he stopped it before I almost lost everything. So some guys showed up at the airport. They were there for square business. They demanded a thumb drive from me. Things were going to get nasty. Barry intervened. He's got more guns than the law allows. And I was about to lose. I was about to lose big time because I was in a hurry because I just don't care. I do not care about date sequence predictive analytics. I do not, everybody on my team knows I really don't give a damn about Ophis. This was a discovery I made researching calendars and then applying that knowledge to the days of a man's life. And I saw that in the field, there's no difference. What I'm going to show you today doesn't even amaze me because I've seen it in the Mayan long count. I've seen it in the Sumerian sexagesimal system. I've seen it in the Anunnaki nerve system. I'm going to show it to you all today how it all fits together. This is a program. We are inside of a program. I have literally created a software program that incorporates all of my calendrical research through a series of filters that then plots event trajectories into the future to tell you basically what to expect on anything that you're analyzing. It's amazing, but I don't care because from the beginning, Ophis to me was something I was going to get rid of. I didn't care. I still don't care. From the beginning, Ophis was supposed to fund what? What was I supposed to do with Ophis from the beginning? What was I trying to do and sell Ophis to do what? Oh my God, this is good. I told you. Yes. Yes. Well, we did the sports, yeah, but my goal was to fund Archaix. I didn't care about Ophis. Oh, now you remember. Yeah, my whole goal from the beginning. That's all I wanted to do was fund Archaix. I was in a hurry to sell it. Different companies reached out and they were interested and they wanted to see demonstrations. But we never had what we had until recently because we kept getting attached to programmers that didn't share the vision. They still wanted to do output that looked like spreadsheets. And that introduces human error. It's just too much data to go through. He spent months just doing 10 projections because the output is phenomenal. What the system is doing is amazingly complex. What it provides now is so simple, so user-friendly. Anybody can learn how to do it in 2 minutes. The system now is visual, which is what I wanted from the beginning. You've got to see the geometry at work to understand what's happening. Seeing a template with 1,000 dates and numbers is nothing. It's just it allows you to cherry pick. It allows you to sell and be arbitrary. So we designed that. We found you found a programmer at a MeetUp. That's right. So it ended up being amazing. So
Can I just correct one thing?
yes.
So we didn't like each other. I saw this guy. I thought, oh, yeah, like post job at Aryan Nation. And I looked the same. So I was like, so we just didn't like So one day to shut him up, I thought I engaged him in a conversation about philosophy. So he goes, oh, what do you want to talk about? I go, Socrates. Within a paragraph, I went, oh shit, I'm in trouble.
That's about right. So, yeah, we've had some really great conversations. There's no doubt. So, like I said, my trajectory was to fund Archaix. And then I kept shelving Barry. Hey, man, just take off. Do what you want to do. Have fun with it, whatever. He did. He spent 6 years playing with it and giving me reports and progresses. Because I started in 2018 releasing sports predictions on Facebook. I used to post them on Facebook. Yeah, we used to beat the crap out of the 12. You guys know the Texas Pick'em. They show the 12 ESPN, all the different sports predictions. They show 10 of them at the same time. And the 11th column was the Texas Hold'em, the Texas predictions, whatever. They quit doing that one. Yeah, we embarrassed them. But we kept coming across this pattern break. This is before I even understood the concept of pattern break. This is before I ever introduced the idea that not only these pattern breaks built into the system to stop any type of long-term predictive actionable data, but the pattern break is the single most generative thing that we can do. Generative meaning
the ability to instantly create new coding into our reality, because it's an interference pattern that's borrowing arithmetic from a totally different structure. We're living in two different mathematical structures. Most of us spend our entire life in one of them. But we have those moments of lucidity. We have those moments of absolute clarity when you are up against impossible odds and some calm comes over you. And then you don't really understand what happened for the next 2 minutes, but you came through it just fine. Like me going 65 feet through the air, upside down, hitting a concrete pylon in a motorcycle accident. Hyper lucid, everything was just fine. I'm flying upside, I've told this story many times on YouTube, upside down, and I didn't even, no panic. And everything was in slow motion. This pattern break, because believe me, that was a pattern break. I normally stay on my motorcycle. So the huge pattern break, flying off of it. These pattern breaks are generative, meaning the potentia in the field of your experience is charged. This is a concept you're going to have to understand. At any given minute, any given second of your life, you are immersed in what's called potentia. I didn't make this up. This is a physics concept. This is a physics concept. Not potential, although it does mean the same thing. Potentia. Potentia is a mathematical structuring that you are surrounded by that can go in any direction you need it to go, and it can mathematically coalesce with any pre-existing mathematical structure that you have already set into motion. Potentia is amazing, and it's always around us. Potentia is charged when an idea is formed, when a pattern break is introduced. Potentia is not charged when you already know the outcome of something, when you've already formed an opinion, when you already self-assuredly opine that something is either true or false. You have completely taken the charge out of that potentia. You can't teach someone who already knows everything. You understand? They have totally eliminated all potential from their field. It's gone. It's gone. But an individual who can admit that they just don't know, they have that potentia in the field. It's a quantum principle. That potentia is non-local. It has the ability to parasite onto any pre-existing mathematical structure, which is a philosophy of belief, of memory. All that's a part of the arithmetic of your life. Every bit of that. So, how did these things? How was I able to sit in prison and come up with these concepts and then see them operative on such a small, limited, confined world as the cell block? I did it through these books. I've told you about many of these books. I've told you about this one, although you're not going to find it online anymore. It's gone. And the few people that sell them are trying to get $900 and all that. You got it? You remember my publisher found a box of them? Yeah. And a lot of y'all scooped them up. Those are the last ones. You can't find them on Etsy, eBay, anywhere. The Discovery of Nothing. This is the book I used when I called out Terrence Howard. Terrence Howard is the guy that's claiming to invent a whole new philosophy of science that is the empty spaces that carry the charge. And all creativity comes from not the fixed solids of our reality, like this speaker, like me, this board, this ceiling right here. There's no potentia there. The potentia is gone. Why? Because we all agree it's there. You understand? Once the collective agrees that something is true, it becomes true for the collective. We all know that if we throw a rock up, that rock's coming down. We know if we put our hand in a fire, our hand is going to get burned. These are axiomatic, we all agree, but there are many things in the field that we do not agree on, and therefore potentia becomes activated for some, but not for all. That's why you can sit across the table from someone And you can be living in the exact same world, but you exist in totally different universes. How you can talk about a concept with a stranger, and if they have potential in their field because they're open-minded, you're going to resonate with that person. And there's going to be an exchange of information. When you talk to total strangers, you learn more about that individual than they ever say out of their mouth. There's information being exchanged. Your fields are interacting. So, what we have, I don't believe I recognize you. Oh, don't look at him. I'm talking to you. Is this your first meetup? Virginia be the first Houston meetup? Yeah, it's first. We've done 5 of them here. We had a good time in Virginia Beach. It's a lot of people showed up. Yeah. So Terrence Howard, you guys know he's an actor. He's an actor. But that does not disqualify him from providing value to the community. I'm not one to be an arbiter. I can't make that decision. That's for the public to decide. All I wanted to do is bring to the public's attention that Terrence Howard's concept is not his. And he's presenting it as if he is the innovator and these are his discoveries. They're not. This man already died, Lyle Jacobson. It's the only book he ever published. But it needs to be the only book he ever needed to publish. It's why he was here. It's why he made this journey and left this to us. This book is profound. If this is the type of stuff you're interested in, this book shows you that all the generative, all the creative principle, all the potential to make anything happen in your life, it's in the field. And everything that you have already determined that is true has been taken from the field, because this is a collapse. This is a quantum principle. Once something is observed, it is known, it collapses into phenomena. It's no longer field dynamics. It collapses into experience. You agree that I'm a guy on a stage. I hope you agree I'm a guy. But you agree that I'm a guy on a stage talking to you. Therefore, I'm a guy on a stage talking to you. But there are many things that we experience in life that we do not agree on. This is where dungeon programming becomes so incredibly powerful. Because two souls basically having the same experience, you put your underwear on the same way, you got to take a piss, whatever, you got to use the bathroom, you have to eat, you have to drive to get to from location to location. We have fundamentals about our existence that were shared across the spectrum. And yet, two people can sit side by side and watch a political discussion and take something completely different away, and then talk about it and not be in agreement at all, as if they just watched a totally different presentation or debate. The reason this is because one has been programmed to the left and one has been programmed to the right. It doesn't make them either one of them right or wrong. It just makes them programmed. Once you are programmed, you have eliminated the ability for potential to be generative. It's the creative aspect. Remember what I say all the time. You are what? You are co-creators. This is your role. The tools have already been put into the field for you to do just that. What I'm telling you now is that all these concepts that I shared with you in Archaix concerning history and calendrics, concerning this base reality that we're living in, everything collapsing into phenomena from potential. Every bit of this has been wrapped into a computer algorithm. This is what Ophis is. The ability to plot the trajectory of events based off their antecedents. But it has another function. This is the one I really like. This is another difference between Barry and I. Barry's got the big game. I'm not a big, it's not even on my mind. Barry wants to further develop it using beta testing, and I'm all for it, whatever you want to do the big sports predictions, which requires a whole lot because like the NFL, you got 32 teams, 2 teams taking a bye week, you got multiple players on each, that's a lot of algorithms to run. I would prefer to stick with something like golf. You know, it's just a few guys. Now, that's what Barry wants to do, and I'm all for that. He wants to spend the time doing it. But Ophis has another function, and it's the one that I really like because it's the one that I use. I make my moves. I plan my dates. I even release some videos, not all, but I release some videos using Ophis because Ophis has the ability to show you the dates when nature is moving with you. When the potentia in the field will be the most saturated, we can find those dates based off past dates of anything you have experienced of a similar nature. Ophis is a relativity-based system. My own very fast rise in popularity isn't just because of unique content. It isn't just because of a unique personality. The ability to shift back and forth between this ex-con hick from East Texas and somebody who actually knows what they're talking about. It's also because I've been using Ophis to make my moves. And I'm going to show you how to do it. This is what I want to create an app. It's almost there now to do that. But it doesn't mean that what Barry wants to do isn't attainable. It just means that that's going to require some more beta testing, and I'm going to leave him to it. I already know what it can do on the highly personal level. When it comes to the collective, I've seen how accurate it is as well, but I'm not interested and I just don't care. I got too much going on in my life. So I return to this question: how on a cell block was I able to put all this together? It wasn't just Lyle Jacobson, discovery of nothing. This just opened my eyes to what's the operative phenomena that's really happening around us, field dynamics. And it's that the greatest creative charge in the field is always the empty spaces. That's what his whole book is about. He gets demonstration after demonstration after demonstration of just walking through your house, seeing an object, studying that object, and then you realize, damn, all the potential for this object isn't in the fixed structure of the object itself. That's already collapsed into phenomena. There's no mystery here. All the magic happens in the empty spaces. A teapot can't be a teapot if it's not empty. There's nothing to fill without a previous empty. This philosophy of the teapot carries over to everything in your reality. A human that's already full of something can't be fed any more of that something. You follow me? The charge is gone. That person is now thinking they're free, but actually experiencing the feedback loop of dungeon programming. Anything that you believe to be true collapses into experience in some way in your life. And the reason why it doesn't always collapse in the same way for each individual is because the arithmetic of the two fields is always merging in different ways to coalesce with the arithmetic of event trajectories you've already experienced. There's a lot of math going on here, guys. There's a lot. But the man upstairs already knew that when he built this structure. The Oversoul already knew that this is the playground for immortals. It is so convincing that you're listening to my voice thinking, I'm not an immortal, but I like what Jason's saying. I get it. I've been there. So Lyle Jacobson, the PDF, somebody made a PDF of that book. I found it online. It can be found. So Alspinski, the student of Brigitte, P.D. Alspinski. I have quoted this book, Tertium Organum, so many times. Tertium Organum. He's saying the exact same thing, but he's doing it from the perspective of future past phenomena. He's not talking about the empty spaces in the physical world. Ouspensky's philosophy is about the spaces that phenomena fill up on the future past timeline. This book is deep. What makes it even deeper is it was written 100 years ago. This is another influence. It's what made me understand what I was seeing in the calendars when I was putting Chronicon together. Tertium organum. Pass it around. So, one book. Imagine having 27 or 28 different data sets. All of them are very similar, and you know that there's a lot of crossover, but imagine reading one single book where in just one page, you read something that makes everything connect together. I've plugged this book many times. I've had many people email me about this book saying, man, Jason, I just don't understand, man. It's a really complex book. I don't get it. Some of the stuff sounds like some mumbo jumbo magic stuff and all. And I get it. This is Liber Chaos by Peter Carroll. Liber Chaos, the book of chaos. He's actually proving his point that there is no chaos. Everything is order and chaos is merely patterns that are unrecognized. Liber Chaos is super deep, but there's a passage in here. I love most of the book. Some of it that's not really important to me, but the passage that shut me down and it just had me really processing everything that I've ever accepted to be true. He specifically says that scientists would be amazed to find out that all their physics protocols are based off of magical structuring. And magicians would be astounded to find out that there was mathematical concepts attached to all their magical constructions. And then he goes and makes his case by explaining over and over through the deal how this is possible, how there's no difference between physics constants in the arithmetic and what people performing magic think that they're actually doing. And he explains how the structuring of reality itself is the nexus. It doesn't matter what you think you're doing. It's never obtained. The construct merely accepts that you're doing it and then builds the phenomena for you. This is what potentia does. You do not have to tap into something that is absent, that is understood. You don't have to tap into something that has been published and peer reviewed. You don't have to tap into something that everybody agrees is this is the method, this is how we do it. Potentia allows the highly individualized soul to mathematically structure their own trajectory through the field. And then the field will cover that soul's tracks. When other people study you, they will find mathematical reasons for why you got to do what you did. The construct will support you in your endeavors, in what you do, because all the power is in the empty spaces. That's Lyle Jacobson. Meaning, when you bridge all these concepts, anything that you do that is original or novel, you have the construct's utmost attention. And when you move your avatar, which isn't even yours, it belongs to the construct, and the construct watches itself. When you move your avatar in the direction of what you're trying to accomplish, whether what you're trying to accomplish is actually something you can do, the construct itself will make it happen. It's like flying through the air upside down, 65 feet, hitting the concrete pylon, and then just thinking, well, this is interesting, but not exhibiting any fear, not feeling any fear, and not even being worried about the outcome, because I knew it wasn't my time. But everybody watching me from that intersection knew he's a goner. That dude's gone. He's dead. Yeah, he's not gonna get up. And then I got up. I didn't have a shirt on. It was on a barbed wire fence. But I got up, huge gash. I walked around a little while, and all these people from all these vehicles come out there and surround me. And I've told that story a couple times. But this is the amazing magical structure. That's what these books. P.D. Ouspensky was trying to say it. Peter Carroll did say it. Lyle Jacobson didn't actually use the word magic that I can remember, but he described it. The problem we have is that we've accepted all these scientific things to be axiomatic when they're not. They're models that we've all agreed are probably true because this old dude in a wheelchair said it. But the more we analyze these things, we find out that they're not true. And then when you really study that old dude in the wheelchair, you see he's a stage prop. It's not real. He's fake, dude. Yeah, it's just like Einstein stealing everything out of the patent office and then having 2,500 scientists from all over the world signing a petition saying, man, we're fed up. Why you got this dude on a pedestal? He ain't shit. Yeah, most people don't know about Einstein's history. Almost the entire scientific world got involved to sign a petition against him because he was a fraud. But he was a Stein, so they put him on the pedestal. So I'm going to be taking dates from you guys. I'm going to show you how this works. The problem is I just went out and bought these two screens, and they're the biggest ones available. These are TVs, but I'm using them as monitors. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have these up later so you can come check it out. You can come up here and you can look at it. It's minutia. It's such minute detail on these Ophis charts. You're not going to be able to see it clearly as you're up here in the front. And even up here in the front, you're not going to see a lot of smaller numbers. So I'll be describing it to you. But before we go into that, you have to understand my output research on YouTube has been with a direction. You think I give a damn about the Yuga system, the Mayan long count, initiated by the Brahmins? It's not even Vedic. They call it the Vedic Yugas. There's nothing Vedic about it. There are no Vedic Yugas. They're Brahmin. Centuries and centuries after the Vedas were written. It's the new material added to the Hindu literature. They introduced these massive Yuga concepts, these huge numbers. And that was only after the Brahmins come into contact with the Sumerian and Babylonian literature from the great libraries of the ancient world that had these giant numbers. I've described this many, like 432,000. How many of you know what I'm talking about? It's 432,000 days, shars, not years. The structuring is everywhere. The Mayan long count is predicated on the exact same Sumerian sexagesimal system. There's no difference. They just calculated it differently. It's still a diurnal count system. It is a day count system. Our programming of our reality is diurnal, meaning this structure that we're in is phasing between day and night. Yeah, it uses a symbol as the sun, it uses the moon, but it's still a structuring. It's a part of the mathematical reality that we live in. It's the diurnal system. And the ancients knew it, and they based all their civilizations off this amazing day count. So you guys know the Mayan long count's 1,872,000 days. There's no way an ancient civilization without computers could have ever calculated that. I get emails all the time, or people in my comment section talking about, Jason, you're wrong. The Mayan long count proves precession. I never get responses when I blow their minds and tell them you're absolutely wrong. There's nothing processional about a system based off 13 epochs. Each epoch is exactly 400 years under the lunisolar system. That's 144,000 days, 360 days a year. Precession is nowhere in the Mayan mathematics. The Sumerian sexagesimal system is amazing. How all the minutes, all the seconds, all the minutes, days, months, years, everything is divisible in the Fibonacci numbers. The Sumerian sexagesimal system is not natural, but it still belies a natural order through all mathematical systems. All the common denominators in our arithmetic are found in this system. How is it possible? Events don't unfold this way. Why did they count this way? There's a structuring here. I'm gonna show you this book now. I've talked about this book many times. Sex Symbols and the Stars. He has a whole chapter on ancient calendars. His conclusion is the same. They're all based off the exact same mathematical structure. I even marked it. It is completely unnatural that yugas would have every single one of them divisible by 144, 1,440, 14,400, 144,000, like in my own count. All the Sumerian epics, all the yugas of the Vedic, all the Mayan and the Olmec, all of them using this exact same denominators, but they have different begin dates, different end dates. So in this book, he goes into great detail about the civilizations of the ancient world that all believed in a 6,000-year period. So how many times you heard me talk about that? 6,000-year period. This is relative to Ophis. So many civilizations believed in this. Hell, the Anuna had the Anunnaki nerve. The nerve system was 10 600-year periods. But it never finished. Something happened. We're going to get to that. This little fact about the day count system is going to blow your mind. It's not something we've ever really discussed. Although I do believe Face Diaper hot mic'd me the other night when I was talking about it. Or Jamie Robbins hot mic'd me, one of them. So 6,000 years is 2,160,000 days. A house of the zodiac is 2,160 years, allegedly. An Anunnaki nerve is 600 years, but 600 years is 2,116,000 days. 216, 108 plus 108 is found as the common denominator in all calendrical systems. Here we have an admission from ancient texts, the great Mahayuga, 2,160,000 days. But I've already corrected that information and showed it. You know, the Vedics believed it was years. I corrected it to days. Do you guys know how long 2,160,000 days is? Do you know how long that is? Under the original year of 360 days, it is precisely 6,000 years. This is what the ancient Hindu believed, that it has many yugas, but the great cycle is 2,160,000 years. But it wasn't. It was turnings of the stars. Ask Billy Carson. It was turnings of the stars. That's a 6,000-year period. Just like we have the Judeo-Christian model, was a 6,000-year period. Zoroastrian model, a 6,000-year period before I always say angry. Was it Angra Mainyu is defeated in the Zoroastrian prophecies? The 6,000 years is too perfect for nature. It's too perfect. And I'm going to show you some things about nature that show us we are in a computer simulated environment. I'm going to show them here in just a second. You can't not see it when you see it. 6,000 years in the program is how long this system goes. It started in 3895 BC. Remember, Phoenix is the keeper of the calendar. 3895 BC started the 6,000 years. So, many times I've told you guys something very terrible happened in 713 BC, and it changed everything. How many of you know what I'm talking about? The 360-day year was no longer used after this event. When the sun stopped in the sky, retrograded 10 degrees, stayed there for a while before continuing its movement. This is a huge disruption to the calendar, and every civilization in the world documented a 5 days added to the calendar. Immanuel Velikovsky was one of the first people to really publicize that in the archaeological record, all of the alignments of these ancient temples showed this deviance. This variance is known in the archaeological record. It was the 7th century BC. It has everything to do with us living in a simulated environment. I'm going to explain it to you, because I've never published this material. 713 BC, the year changes from 360 degrees to 365.24, but someone's in control of the program. The program is 2,160,000 days. The programmed experience that we're having as living life sims through this is fixed. Someone's in control. The calendar was changed. Something very anomalous happened. Phoenix, on the 138-year timeline, appeared on schedule according to the 360-day timeline. It appeared again 138 years later on the old timeline. It appeared again. It still appears 1764, 1488. It appeared, 522. They're all Phoenix dates. But that's under the old system of 360 days. Phoenix appeared again in 1902. I got a whole bunch of data on that date. But that's on the old 360-day timeline. It's almost as if reality was mathematically fractured and two different holographies were coalescing. But it gets stranger. We know in the book of Revelation, it's very clear. During the trumpet judgments, which I just did 2 major Revelation decodes, but I didn't cover this information. Time changes in the tribulation. It is said in the New Testament that this is done by the divine, because if those days weren't shortened, no flesh would be saved. The second trumpet begins the abbreviation of time to where we're told very specifically that 1/3 of the day, 1/3 of the night, 1/3 of the stars, and then it's super specific, 1/3 of the sun and 1/3 of the moon is all removed. That makes the final Sumerian sexagesimal generation of 60 years from 2046 to 2106. Remember what 2106 is? 2106 is the return of the chief cornerstone to finish the monument of man in the year 6000 from the first Phoenix date, 3895 BC. Someone's in control, because in 713 BC to 2046, we have 2,760 years, which are 5 Phoenix cycles of 552 years each. From the time changed and 5.24 days were added to the time in the future in 2046 when time is again changed. But the exact act of whoever the controller of the construct is, what they did in 713 BC is now reversed. In 713 BC, 5.25 days were added to every single year for 2,760 years. But that changes the timeline of when the chief cornerstone is actually going to come and finish the program. So in 2046, 1/3 of the final 60 years is removed to 40 years. This is 14,600 days. The exact amount of days that were added when the calendar was changed in 713. 5.24 days all the way to 2046. This is not natural. First, this precision shows computer accuracy. There's nothing in nature that acts like this. This means we're in a controlled environment disguised to make us believe we're in a real world and we're not. This day count system is absolutely precise to the day. so that the chief cornerstone comes exactly at the 6,000th year. And it wouldn't have happened that way unless 1/3 of the final 60 years is removed. It's the only way to make the calendar line up. But the second piece of evidence that we're living in a mathematical construct is the phoenix itself. This is why I'm always focused on it. The phoenix never changed. It's 138 years. Even though the amount of days in every year changed. Meaning, after 138 years, the phoenix should come after 136 years, not 138. It would have changed everything. But I've been through my chronicon, I've been through the historical record, and I've followed. I tried, because it's really easy. All you have to do is take 138 years times 360, and that's the exact amount of days between phoenix appearances every May 16th or May 15th, depending upon your hemisphere. You take 138 times 360. That is the exact amount of dates between phoenix phenomenon appearances. And yet, it's too perfect. There's nothing in nature that operates this way. And there's no way that if the year actually changed, just like the ancients said it did, I'm pretty sure you guys are familiar with my research. You see the data set on how many civilizations all changed their year to 365.24 at the exact same time. It's unnatural. There's no way this could have happened unless you and I are living in an artificial construct, which now introduces something that's even more disturbing. One, it's actually empowering to know that something's in control, but it's disturbing. It's disturbing to those who are not connected to source, who would actually buy into the fantasy versions of like the Matrix. You're living in a pod. Something's feeding off your soul. You're trapped in a computer program. No. To me, it shows that from the very beginning, the architect was the oversoul. No matter what we experience in the construct, no matter what we find in the historical record, no matter how dark things look in our research or the implications, every bit of this was designed to be believable. Because if you're an immortal soul put into a false construct, that construct is going to have to be very, very convincing to you in order for you to mature and to grow. Because as soon as a mind is aware that it's being deceived, there's no way that mind can ever grow from or develop in that environment. Because now you're living in an environment of it's a victim environment. Now you're wondering who put you here, why are you here, what's being done to me, where's my real body? Now you're entertaining all kinds of concepts that shouldn't be. And because we are basically very, very ingenuitive, we are very intelligent beings, a system had to be put in place to prevent our collective awakening. That system has worked very good for a long period of time. You guys know what I'm talking about, resets. Resets are absolutely necessary, but I'm not going to get up here and try to tell you that I have found evidence that they are detrimental to us, because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. My perspective is not from the perspective of an avatar. It's the perspective of what's inside of you. The dark aspect of this revelation is that no one in this room, myself included, could ever provide any evidence that anything in the historical record actually happened. It's all background programming, and it's very convincing. That same background programming is able to put in and codify even fossils, artifacts. Hell, even in computer vernacular, they're called artifacts. Residual echoes from prior programs that are left on hardware, they're called artifacts. It's nothing's changed. The more we analyze our condition, the more we find that everything in the historical record is literally screaming at us that we're in a mathematical construct. So we're going to take a break, and I'm going to show you that construct and how it works.
Right. Once you abbreviate all the views, then you line up the whole finish.
When I was talking so I was like, oh, right. That's what was wrong.
Yeah, very, very interesting. We know happiness should change with feedback. It should retro every year. It should retrograde on the calendar. It should like what people are doing. It's absolutely. Now we do have voices that say it's like the great secret of alchemy. You see my alchemy videos where I'll show the things and everything, and then you show the one they did. It's like an alchemy for those things.
Right, but are we on YouTube?
Yes, we are. Yeah. What up? Hey, YouTube. Triple T.
Linebacker at the time. I wish I had the ability to heal.
Hey guys, hey, this is lunch break. I'm sorry, I should have said that. This is lunch break. I'm sorry, I should have said that.
Snacks and people.
Let's reconvene. 1:15 is an hour and 5 minutes. 1:15. And we're looking for a rental car key. Somebody dropped a rental car key. Anybody found a rental car key?
There's several restaurants right across the street. There's a good Asian place right across here last time. They'll probably like it. Good choice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you got that chart.
Yeah.
You got the seal.
Hey, you come join us? We're going to get Asian, I think.
Great to see you guys trying.
This is yes. Most of the stuff
Hey, girl.
Did he just change his mind? Did we take a picture?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
1:15.
Great. Okay. She is our. Yeah, we want
Okay, all right. You want to follow me over to the table? Okay. Get black card. Okay.
Yeah, it's literally straight.
Everybody always smiles.
How do I say it without saying something right?
Oh no, I have some hardware bars. If you want one, I have. They're not very tasty. I'll tell you that.
Media share? We want to do it for the individual. Okay, so let's just send it to you.
I'm sorry.
They'll be there and then
Hold on.
okay. Thank you so much. Where are you that's fine. I showed up in public.
Yeah. Dang, I broke your phone. I'm so sorry. Okay, what was I doing? You're gonna message me those pictures. Message. Do I do it? I'm gonna call Okay. So two. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was
Going
going to
back
say
to
the
the
same
other
thing
one.
that we should. Oh my God! Guess what? We're on the live right now. My friend
Oh
just
my
sees us.
I was just asking my friend, where's the camera?
We're standing in
Right there.
Oh. Anytime you
first you have
I don't like more weather.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm gonna go moderate on the camera. Did you bring food?
No, I didn't bring this. I ate before I came here.
Where's the camera at? Me too, but I'm eating again. How come I don't see me?
Because it has a delay. Look. I get 2-3 seconds delay.
Okay.
I live like 45 minutes away from we do jobs everywhere. To get here, I drove for 8 years. We had a job in Florida. I want to meet everybody at dinner. That's fine.
Love you.
I mean, here and I can't go over.
I'm such a kid. Getting it. I'm bodying on camera. I'm straight up bodying on camera and talking to everybody in the chat. I'm Pamela Swan. Huh? Yes. What y'all do? David. Real life. I'm going to always woo-hoo. I woo-hoo them and I brought my lovely. So I'm sitting here on camera bodying. Yeah. Oh, wow. I heard them. I'm on this big face the camera. We're on live. No, come with me. I'm monitoring in real time. Get over here. Don't you run. Oh, hey. Nice to meet you too. We're in person, right? No, so I love Aaron. I'm just. Oh God. See, I'm saying I'm conversing with people in the chat.
Is this live right now?
Yeah, they're watching me and they're talking to me in the chat. I said, I'm an idiot. Yeah. That's why I'm doing it. I'm nodding. I'm talking with everybody in the chat. I'm doing. I know, yeah, it's funny, right? They're cracking up.
We didn't know that we
Can't come. I got called a babe. But I know I'm talking with the chat on camera like a fucking idiot, right?
That's great. We were on and we didn't know we were on. And my friend says, Carolyn, I see you.
Get your ass over here. I'm like, woo freaking who, yo? Coming to you live from Woo Houston here. I'm modding in the chat. I'm talking with people in the chat. It's on. They want to see the. They're like cracking up at me. Oh, they can hear me? Good. Y'all can hear me?
No, they can't hear you.
They said they could hear me loud and clear. Oh, they can hear me. My bad.
My friend said, no, they can't hear you.
She said they can hear me.
She might be talking about.
I'm a big, my voice.
Oh, okay. Here was
They said, yep, they can hear me. They can hear y'all too, I guess. I can't woo woo. I know, isn't that sweater too dark for it? Okay, where's Maurice? They want to see Maurice and Dawn. Okay, yeah, what's your name?
My name's Frederick Yeager. I've been to all the meetups. Everyone was here, even wanted to see
Yeah, they can hear us too. I'm fed up at already.
Okay.
Yeah, say your name, they can probably hear you.
Frederick Yeager.
This is Frederick Yeager, y'all.
Hi, everybody.
I'm thinking he's an Aaron.
Yeah, he definitely was there. Yeah.
Right?
And I say hello, Sonia. Hello, all the family. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, I'm looking for Dawn. Just a minute. Hey, Dawn. I want to meet Maurice. You and the space dog were supposed to get up here. Yeah, I was under. Yep.
Open your eyes.
I just think mods can model for us. I said, I'm not a model, I'm a mod. This is. I'm like talking to people.
Where's the camera?
It's right here, I guess. See, right there. Yeah, I didn't even know.
Where they put it.
Say hi, Dawn.
Oh, I'm just so glad you're here.
This is awesome. It's like, they kept telling getting futuristic.
I'll tell Dawn. Oh, there she is right there.
Yeah.
So where did they go to lunch?
Hi.
Yeah. Because that's how I eat. I eat just protein. Yeah, so you know what to do. Okay, yeah. So October.
Oh.
He's like confused.
I am modding live. I'm talking with the chat.
Say hi to everybody.
Get up
We're
here.
on the camera. We're live.
Oh, we're live. Hey. Yeah.
Tell them we're trying to figure out what to feed Jason.
Oh, yeah.
All right, thank you. You saved
Oh,
the
that's
day.
so funny.
No worries. I'll get him something. Okay.
Oh, she got it.
Yeah, she's gonna get him some part of the Everybody's so helpful here.
Wonderful. I need to be sitting down. Jason's
Hannah,
here,
darling,
y'all.
you feel like a picture while you're live?
Yeah, we're literally doing this on live on the air. I look serious.
Thank
Oh, I just love it. I'm having such a good time. No, but so many errands, so little time.
Yes, so many years, so little time.
Errands. Sorry. Errands, so little time. They probably think I'm a fucking idiot.
Oh, you're doing great.
I'm a goofball.
Yeah.
Well, Maurice is a giant. They think that was Maurice.
Oh, we tell them we can't find Maurice.
We can't find
We
Maurice.
don't know where Maurice is. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead. I don't know what to say. I'm really sure. Yep. I'm the halftime woo-woo girl. Yep, this is me.
Yeah.
I know. Joey, I'm not doing a kiss the camera. Aaron's ready. Oh my god. Want to say hi to the live chat?
Are you Pamela's?
I'm Pamela Swan. I'm woohooing live from Woohooston.
Yeah. It's so nice to meet you. May I shake your hand?
Yes.
I'm Lola Kelly, if you ever see me in the
Yes,
chat.
Lola Kelly. Nice to meet you.
Did you ever do monograph?
Monograph?
I don't autograph.
Monograph on YouTube.
Oh my God, yeah, it's awesome.
No, I never
I've
did.
been on there live 3 times and I'm about to do it again. I love you.
Yeah. You do Martin though, right?
Yes, I do a lot of channels. Yeah. Yes, I could. So many woohoos, so little time, y'all. I know. Woohooston. Houston, y'all. Oh my god. I don't know how to talk to the camera. I'm talking to the phone. Oh my god, I just love y'all so much. I just love y'all so fucking much. I didn't eat anything. Yeah. Woohoo, Mr. C. God damn it. Okay. Ooh. Oh, freaking, this, get over here. I'm doing this on the live. Hey, everybody, this is Austin. I don't know where he's from. Woohoo, motherfucker. Everybody so much here.
I forgot that.
It's so good to meet you. Yeah, I'm loving it. I don't know the Shar song. Yeah, we're in there. Never watched Saint Look.
Oh.
I'm modding at the same time. Face Diver, get up here. Where's he at?
Just here.
He needs to get up. He's supposed to be photobombing with me. Get up here. What's your name?
Jason.
This is Shellcracker, y'all. This is Shellcracker in the chat. I'm giving him a live woohoo from Woohooston. Hey, Shellcracker. Give me a hug. Freaking Aaron. Love you.
I want to say hi. While I'm here, I just want to say hi and extend my gratitude to my amazing wife and my kids back home. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's beautiful.
Yeah, if it wasn't for their generosity and my wife's hard work,
yeah,
I never even would have thought to even
wife
bother
and
her
kids.
with holding down the fort while I did this.
Man.
That's why it's hard, from Western Massachusetts.
Yeah, it is. I said thank you, wife and kids. Bam.
Ah,
Bam, y'all.
thank you.
He's here to represent. We're bringing the hood to Archaix.
Yeah, my son might actually be watching right now.
Yeah, I'm doing the happy dance.
Yeah.
Bouncing around like an idiot for 2 days straight now.
I know. I used to be on the other side watching. It's been a tough year for us.
Yeah, it's a tough year for a lot of people.
Yeah, so I used to watch people come on during breaks. Like I wish I could have been there.
Right.
Yeah. So this is super awesome.
Yeah, it is. I am so
crazy
excited.
fast 2 days.
Yeah,
A lot of
it's
stuff
been rough.
because we live out in Western Mass where it's calm and quiet. It's country out there, so a lot of hop up for me. But man, it was quite an opportunity.
Yeah, it's hard. I know. I've been bouncing around and moving like every 6 months for a while. It's been crazy. It's crazy, but
I know.
I'm like,
So
I
we're
love my
moving down the
freaking
fort
life
right now. There's people that are like, "Oh, I got to stop watching. Nothing's going on. You're taking a break." But
Tell me, to give me some food. I told you I haven't eaten yet. I'm too excited.
yeah, me too. I'm just having coffee.
I'm living off life right
Yeah.
now.
All right.
Right?
Okay.
I'm on YouTube, John Steele. Oh my God.
It doesn't show. Does it show?
I don't have any idea.
Does it show where we're at time wise on the live?
I don't know.
1:34.
Does it?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you can figure it out. I'm on YouTube.
No,
Yeah.
No.
I don't know nothing about it.
No, I can't figure it out. Because I was going to be able to tell my wife to go to a certain time.
Oh my God, I probably should eat.
Oh wait, you're reading. All right, because I'm not like realizing like people
laugh when I'm busy.
People sorry. I got somebody. All right.
Yeah,
see.
yeah, yeah.
Igor. Hey, Igor. Christy 444.
Yeah. Like tips are worried about me eating. I'm high on life. I don't need
Debbie.
food.
Chevy SS. Thank you, wife and kids, Pamela. Yeah, I'll show her that. Oh man, Face Saver's great. Mr. C, I was hoping to see you, buddy.
Right?
Sometime. All right, Andrew's coming.
Okay, here's.
Say Mr. C. Hey, Mr. C. I'm Neanderthal 713.
Neanderthal, right here, y'all. I want to fucking hear it.
And
Woo!
that'll be.
That's right. Face diaper, right here. Get over here. We're right here. Face diaper, right here. Face diaper.
Oh, good. It's zoomed out. It's perfect.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I mean, I'm just sitting here talking to the chat. They're like, you can talk to the kids. I'm like,
Rihanna Ali just said, yeah, face diaper.
Right?
Hey, Riyadh.
Literally multitasking. The epitome of errant multitasking today. All right. I'll be back.
It's like some B-roll footage.
It's like, somebody get that bitch off the stage. Waiting for the guy with the hook.
We love you too, Mr. C.
Yeah. Whoop, whoop.
Archaix Dream Team Spirit.
I'm head goofball, the goofball department.
Emily, you're crazy.
I'm a fucking nut. I gotta stop cursing like a fucking sailor. Oh, this is.
Nancy says,
Here.
Nancy Neal says, we hear you loud.
Off the charts.
The truth will set you free. Face diaper was just on.
Yeah.
He just stepped away. Cool. Awesome.
Oh my God, I didn't eat anything.
I just got all the rest of the books I didn't have.
Is that food over there? Can you see that?
They have Twinkies.
I freaking love
Hostess
Twinkies.
cupcakes over there. Yeah.
Oh man, could the day get any better? Twinkies. Twinkies.
Yeah, we got Twinkies too. Sorry to rub it in, everybody.
I better go find a Twinkie.
You're doing great.
Oh my God. I spy with my eye. Love, love, love y'all. No, wrong move. I do. I love you guys so fucking much. So much. Oh my god.
All right, I just saw this question. Sheila Gavin. The coffee's pretty good.
Santos and Logan. Breakfast of the Champions.
Oh my God. That's horrible.
I saw it, so I know. You know, it's so funny because I saw that like, look at that. I don't. But I love my
Yeah, there's something fascinating the last
Yeah, no, it's been
Oh, okay, yeah. You got a good stash for like my brain. My brain. Well, that's your name? Boom, we're there.
Is this impressive enough?
Yeah, this is interesting. The aspect of theory of
Pretty disciplined. Not much.
Good, I like it.
You know what? Everybody wants, everybody in the chat right now wants everybody to try to get out of the secret. I don't want to like I did already.
So listen, do we want to say hello to?
Yeah, up to that camera there. Everybody's like really wanting to see the Aarons and say who they are.
So,
and what their
hi
names
everyone.
are. It's right up there.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm Claire from Columbia, Maryland, and I think my brother Tommy's watching. So hi Tom, having a blast. This is Lisette. Say your name, where you're from.
I will.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, Lisette will be up. Lisette. She's ready.
This is my second.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, how about you?
Is anyone commenting?
Oh, good for you.
So it's very hard. All my work, all credit to my wife for we had a really tough time. We lost 3 months. 5 years. Wife and a full-time job and the kids. She encouraged me to go, and that would be okay. But with the opportunity 2 days ago, she kind of
So, hi, Claire again. This is my second Archaix meetup. I actually attended the Archaix meetup in Virginia Beach. It was awesome. Met so many amazing people. We've all kind of started, the group from Virginia Beach started a Telegram group. And we have video calls and teams, and we do that like maybe every week, Sunday evening, that kind of thing. So I'm not sure how you can get plugged into that if you wanted to. We'd love to have more folks in the group. And yeah, so my brother Tommy got me into Archaix several years ago. He kept talking about Jason and his videos. And slowly, you know, it started to click. It took a little while because it was way over my head at first. I've come to, you know, love everything he talks about, and it still blows my mind. And today's talk has just been awesome so far. Ophis, I'm not sure how to spell it, but the software program that does the predictions. And so, stay tuned. I'll try to get somebody else up to say hello.
Then employment too, so they could have access to it. And now they are being programmed with the program.
I'm not afraid.
That's exactly, yeah.
I've been realizing we're just waking up. We have no idea that
No. You can. All right. This is Jules. Hi. She's my housemate. We got a beautiful B&B with a pool in the backyard. So we woke up this morning and went swimming. It's heated, of course. It's chilly out. So I'm going to let Jules talk a little bit about herself.
Oh, okay. Hey, everybody. I am Erin Jules. I learn a lot from Jason. I specifically love the stuff about talking about creating our reality. I was a Buddhist for a very long time, and the part that got me into that was knowing that this reality wasn't what was being taught to me when I was little. So I was always searching for what was true. And that journey never ends, obviously, because we live in a projected reality. So every answer comes from every question because it's always going to be reflected back. So anyway, so that led me, I followed Santos Bonacci for years and years. I really loved his presentation on the cell salts and astrology, numerology, those kind of things. But I particularly love, and I also had the idea that we did live in a simulation because my spiritual realizations were very numerical, where I would see everything in numbers. And everything always went back to ones and zeros. So Jason's presentations on numerology and all the numbers, and then of course what we're going to hear today about Ophis, is awesome. And so I've got my data points ready, a good set and a not so good set, and I'm ready to use this information to like jumpstart everything. I have been creating a online platform that hopefully you'll all going to use, that is here to attract errands and different people that are interested in doing things that are not the mainstream. Like I work in using Ayurveda, so that's India's ancient health system, so it's all natural. Yoga, meditation, everything having to do with creating our own reality, like creating groups and communities of people that resonate with each other. Because even if you're all errands, whatever, you're going to resonate with certain people. So yeah, I'm a creator, co-creating. I mean, that's what I do. What do y'all do? And I just hang out, do nothing. Because it doesn't feel like work. And money comes and goes, whatevs. So it's all good. I can't read whatever's popping up on the screen. But this is my third. Hey, girl.
Hi, tell me your name.
Julie.
Stephanie.
Hey.
We know each other. Have you been to Houston?
No.
Oh, okay.
But I was in Virginia Beach. Were you in San Diego?
No. But my face, people say, "Oh, you look fine."
Yeah, like you look like somebody I know. Like you got a face. Yeah. This is Stephanie, and she lives in Houston.
I live in Houston.
So I don't know. We're just telling everybody stuff.
Excellent.
Shared a little bit.
Excellent.
My brother messaged me, and he's watching from home. So say hi to Tommy.
Oh, I'm gonna say hi to Melissa and Jamie. Melissa and Jamie. We're supposed to be here that aren't.
Is Donnie Hates
Big John.
looking for Donnie Hate? Is he here? No? Going once, going twice? Donnie Hate?
Can't hear anything.
Oh, you can't hear us?
Can't hear it.
Oh, can't hear me. I can hear you.
Donnie Hate.
Donnie Hate. Is Donnie Hate in here right now? Donald Hate? Donnie Hate? No, I guess it's not in here right now.
So his friend is like sick. So.
Some type of negative office situation, you're always like, oh, I'm so terrible, and a month or two later, oh, it's like that. Wow. I just realized that everything's a blessing. My whole life. 30 years old. Thank God.
That's awesome. I'm going to make the judgment call here and set myself up for this success. If we truly are going to be the ones to protect ourselves, we've already we all get because you would probably do. You never know. Like, so it's like that it is. How do you? One thing I've heard is yeah, I agree. It's always been like all I can ever rely on is to say, you know what, stand up for something like that. Yeah. That's probably not so you never know, you know?
We've got an audience here that's just interested in getting to learn about us. So the camera's right there. This is Dave.
I'm good. I'm not that photogenic.
He's from local Texas.
Yes,
Been following Archaix for what, 4
or 5 years.
4 or 5 years now. And during the day, he works on the pipeline worker here, hard-working guy. Just hanging
Hey,
out.
come on over next time you're in town. Hang out with Jason. He's a good guy. Try to follow him. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Say hi. Yeah. You just want to
They're watching me right now.
It's just
They're like all hoping to like.
This is an opportunity. This is the lovely Lisette, and she's another one of my housemates, and I'm going to let her speak of herself.
All right. Well, I am really happy to be here. I am from Guatemala. I've been learning so much and meeting wonderful people, and it's just really great to be here. It is so nice that you are watching from home and learning with us at the same time. And many blessings on your journey, and may you all be well. Namaste.
Hey everybody, it's Justin. I don't have a handle, it's just Justin. So what's
This
up?
is his second Archaix too. All right. Hi again, everybody. I want you to meet Rob from Michigan. They can hear everything you say.
Hello. You're
Like
live.
600 and some people there. Yeah.
Awesome. Having a good time here at Archaix. Just went out to lunch. A lot of good people, a lot of good energy. You got to try and make the next one. Whatever you got to do, make it your vacation. It's an awesome time. Good to see everybody and enjoy.
Right here.
Hi, everyone.
Can hear everything you say.
Glad to be here with my Archaix family in Houston. Look forward to the next meetup too.
Yes, Cheryl.
Hey Claire, how's it going? You guys are missing out, man. You should be here. Incredible.
Right
Oh.
you have to, I know.
I know, yeah.
But yeah, just talk.
Excellent. Guys,
Where you
phenomenal
from?
time here. Cybercheck from Raleigh, North Carolina. So having a great time. Jason's doing an amazing job, never disappoints. So hope to see you guys at the next one. Bye.
You're like a kid in a candy shop. I watch you. You're like excited.
I am. So that's such a good description. I am vibrating right now. I haven't started. Hardly slept last night. My whole life has turned around 180 degrees in the last since break free or die trying. Archaix. Never doubt yourself. I used to say that.
Good afternoon, Ray Santini here from Fort Myers, Florida. Hope you're enjoying.
Newest Aaron to the bunch.
Newest.
Probably afterwards, I think they're not here. Yeah. Oh yeah, because they have a mall. They probably have that restaurant. Okay, well. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Try to keep entertained.
Hey, we got a late start. Oh, Benny Riley just doesn't have any luck. 3 attempts to come to a meetup. The third one gets blocked by a tornado. As soon as he makes a meetup, he goes and eats Mexican food and falls out. Benny Riley just doesn't have any luck. So there's several people over there watching. There's several people over there watching right now. So you gotta put that in Oversoul's hands. Oh, I need to make the announcement that you were told over there at the booths that we didn't have this available, but somebody went through the boxes and found a whole bunch of them. This is Awaken the Immortal Within. There's a whole stack of them over there. Earlier, you guys were told they weren't available, but they are. They're there. Yeah, anybody coming from across the street. I know there's like a dozen people with him, so he's in good hands. Give y'all about 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and we're gonna get into Ophis. We're still live. Pamela Swan, where you at? Well, who? Hey, did you get on there and talk? You can't say that here. What's wrong with you? Appreciate it. Yeah, we only have one more break. Well, I don't know. We might have two. We're probably going to go to 5, 6 o'clock. Tonight, last night, for those of you who missed it, last night we took over a restaurant and we just had a blast for about 3 hours. I think Dawn stayed 2 hours. The rest of us all stayed 4. But we're going to do the same thing tonight. Tonight we're going to break from here for an hour or two and then all meet somewhere, predetermined place. I will find out the exact place and let you know before this meetup is over. If you want to come hang out, do more pictures, eat, whatever, that's what we're going to do tonight. It's kind of a tradition with the meetups, especially when we're on the road. We always kind of just take over restaurants. That's fun. So I can tell there's still several people out. Let's see, Donald Height didn't come back because he's all right. So we got the crew. All right. So we got how many people that stayed over there with him? I sent a guy over there who wants to drive him to his hotel. Yeah, some people I just can't solve their problems. You know what I mean? I just can't do it. He's got to listen. If it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have any luck at all. I'll tell you. I know.
Yeah, but he was so excited.
Yeah, he was excited as hell. Yeah, I know. He was so excited to have me sign his books, he started to sign the first one himself. Yeah. He's been trying to come to a meetup forever.
Well, he's actually better.
Okay, that's cool.
But he's not all the way.
All right. All right, let's begin this presentation. So, I can't say too much. Maybe I can, because my associate's not even here. Where's Barry at?
He was right here.
Wow.
Say it before he gets. Go.
I gotta say it before he gets here. Yeah. Okay. Ophis has 14 different algorithms. I mean, one of them you know because of how they publicized it, and there's no trade secret here. There's no violation of a contract, an NDE, or a trade secret to tell you about isometric projections. I call them isometric projections because the structuring of our reality is like architecture. and this is an architectural term, isometric projections. What's interesting is that we think from our perspective, it begins with like an entry date, an X1 factor. And then the second date would be X2. But that's not what's really happening here. It's because time isn't sequential. It's only perceived so. The isometric projections are amazing because the focal point is the center, and then phenomena go out like ripples on a pond. And I'll show demonstrations of this on Archaix. But those are the simple ones. You guys, I've got videos about them. So a lot of my earlier videos, I don't want to waste any time with something that I've already covered ad nauseum. One of the things Ophis does that I can also share are the holoflective projections. This isn't something we've discussed a lot about. I've only given you 4 or 5 examples on YouTube, but these are amazing. One example of the phenomena you've seen is the 2178 number, the immortal loop number. It's a holoflective number. There are no integers in nature. That is an abstract that was created by mathematicians to hold placement value. But there are no integers. I cannot take 4 eggs minus 3 chickens. If 3 negative chickens, there's no way to apply that. 3 negative chickens don't exist because the chickens aren't there. There's nothing to add. Integers are bullshit. This is why they're all removed in that exercise. But the holoflective nature of the structuring of our experiences has predictive value. I'm going to show you one that involves Billy Carson. Found it last night by accident. Yeah, I ran Ophis last night on a few things, and one of them was, shit, maybe I got something to show them if I just plug in the 4 videos I did about Billy Carson. Real simple. Yeah, jumped off the page. I'm going to show it to you on screen. I put the 4 dates that I released 4 different videos over a 2-year period of time about Billy Carson's dating, Billy Carson's material. I reviewed Emerald Tablets and showed you that was written in 1951 by D'Oreal, and that he was quoting it as fact. I did a book review where Matt LaCroix actually was the one that wrote the damn book, and Billy Carson just added some stuff, copy and paste stuff off Facebook, and then put his name on it as the principal author. I did those 2 book reviews, and I did some Billy Carson reviews of his Anunnaki stuff. But it's 4 videos. I'm going to show them to you. So I put the dates in Ophis, and a holoflective projection just jumped off. You're going to see what it is. The structuring of our reality is based off this diurnal programming, this day-night sequencing, this sequencing that we are jacked into by virtue of the central nervous system that makes us shut down so information exchanges can be happening between the construct and our avatar, which is programming new reality tunnels to experience on the next diurnal unit day and night system. If you can show that 2 events in the field that we go by coordinates, those coordinates translate to us as dates. If we can show that 2 things are like 453 days apart, if those 2 events, X1 and X2, are relative, if they're really genuinely connected in time and space, then they're going to have the same signatures. If they have the same signatures, Ophis is going to lock on and reverse that number in the field. Instead of 453, it becomes 354. And it'll be 354 days in the future when another event will occur in the construct that is a mirror of what the 2 X controls were, X1 and X2. That's just one of the 14 operations. Isometric projections is one of the 14 operations. I can only explain vaguely what the other 12 are. Or maybe not. Barry's not here. But I am on YouTube, so I got to be careful. So the holoflective numbers are everywhere. I've shown them in the rise and fall of empires, nations, showed them operative in the United States history. It's amazing, but what I'm telling you is that what I'm sharing with you can't be true. Not if we're living in a uniformitarian world, a natural world hurling 66,000 miles through space at an obliquity of 23.5 degrees, going around a star that is also traveling millions of miles per hour through space against a backdrop canopy of stars that have never moved and showed parallax since the days of Aristarchus. And yet, no parallax ever been demonstrated. And the star charts of the Greeks are the same star charts we have today. And yet we've been doing all this moving, doing all this traveling. It's a beautiful system. It's a terrible lie. But if we're in a mathematical construct, then game's afoot. That changes everything. Now you can go through the Archaix data and you can see, oh, these patterns are making sense now. At the same mouth that's telling you what I'm telling you is impossible, I'm also telling you it's the real thing. It's reality. The reality is we're in a mathematical construct. What's impossible is that any of the historical record actually really happened. It's programming. What I'm not going to be confident about is telling you when that program started and how much was tangible, experienced reality, and what is all background programming. When did it start? Humans can't live beyond 120 years. There's been a couple examples like Nebuchadnezzar's mother, Nebuchadnezzar II, Babylon, 583 BC. His mom is on record as living 147 years. Can we verify that? No. Is it totally impossible? I doubt it. I doubt it's impossible, especially during vapor canopy periods when aging doesn't seem to be a factor. With the whole effective numbers, I digress. The whole effective numbers need to be seen. You need to see exactly what I'm talking about for you to understand how impossible this is. What I'm about to show you cannot be true, and yet I'm going to show it to you. It's impossible. But it's impossible by the model that has been published and forced down our throats. The one they had to swallow. This heliocentric, this worldview, this weird uniformitarian, we evolved from primate monkeys that came from lizards that popped out of water that fit. Man, it's ridiculous. This whole model is ridiculous, and it falls apart. Every bit of it falls apart under scrutiny. I have, out of 850-something videos on YouTube, I just have one video that completely collapses the uniformitarian model. Just one. I have many attacks against that model, and I provide a lot of good evidence. But I have one video that just collapses the whole model. You have to go back to the drawing board. How many of you have watched my Nemesis Reset video where I go through the fossil record and I show you over 100 fossils that are impossible? They cannot exist. That one video collapses the whole model. And in order for the model to continue, you just don't watch the video. That's it. It's as simple as that. There's no getting around that. There's no getting around that data. It doesn't take a PhD. It doesn't take a graduate from Wesleyan University. It doesn't take a scientist to review what's common sense. If I can show you fossils of insect, amphibian, reptilian, and avian forms, and they're saying that these are all 65 to 500 million-year-old specimens. Some of them are from the KT boundary, the iridium level, what they say calls the extinction of the dinosaurs. If I can show you these fossils on YouTube because they've been found all over the world, and yet take you on a trip to Willis, Texas, on my property and find all the same insects, the same butterflies, same beetles, same polywogs, the same centipedes, the same bumblebees. I didn't show fossils of prehistoric life forms. I showed fossils that are in our backyard today. The uniformitarian model is bullshit. So why go through such multi-billion-dollar expenditures to promote a false version of reality? The only conclusion I can make is that we live in a different world than the one conveyed to us. So that's going to open my mind up to cogitating, well, what kind of world do we live in? If that's not the real world, then what is? And my answer to that is Archaix. It's a mathematical construct. I mean, and I'm not seeing, I'm live on YouTube now. And a lot of my critics and a lot of my haters are listening right now. And I'm going to say it with equal confidence. Not only is our world a mathematical construct, you're not going to be out there in the field trying to debate me about it either. The evidence is overwhelming. Well, what does this translate to in the modern parlance? I say mathematical construct, but in the community, it's simulation theory. Everybody says it's simulation. I'm cool with that. We're splitting hairs. I can agree it's a simulation, but it's more complex than that. This is like a spiritually sentient biogram. What I'm saying is, we are existing within something that is very aware of our presence. It is very reactive to the slightest thoughts and the slightest things that we do in the construct. Now remember, I did tell you guys, Heather Locklear, I've never slept with her. Never. Brooke Shields. I watched the Blue Lagoon when I was a kid. Yeah. I watched it many times. Yeah. So I'm telling you, I've never slept with Brooke Shields. Never happened. You think of me being humorous, but I'm trying to hammer a point. All the fantasies in the world will never do anything for you. All the daydreaming in the world, all the thinking in the world will never do anything. Because we do that every time we lay our heads down to sleep. We spent our elementary, junior high, high school, and collegiate years daydreaming. Nothing. We've always fantasized about conditions, fantasized about phenomena, and fantasized about other people and doing things with other people. Never happened. Unless you did something with your avatar. Did you buy that object? Did you go out and try to meet that person? Did you send an email? Did you do something to make the construct aware that you're serious? That's all it takes. That's all it takes. So before I go into all these, I guess Barry went AWOL. Or he's across the street. Hello, Mandy. Yeah, I guess, is he okay over there? Is he good company? Okay. So, give me a second to pull this up on the screen. I'm going to show you a holoflective projection on Ophis. And it's from 4 dates that anybody can verify. You don't even have to verify because I'm going to show you the screenshot of my YouTube channel where those videos were posted. I use those dates in Ophis. You don't have to verify either because I'm going to show you Ophis where it shows the dates are entered. And then the graph that appears. And in that graph is a holoflective projection. What it's doing is Ophis took 3 dates that were relative to each other. These are the dates where all of you guys and many people out there, including Mr. Carson, saw a video drop on YouTube and the subject matter was Billy Carson's bullshit. All right? That involved you. I did something in the field. I didn't just record. I didn't just go live. But my avatar moved in the direction on that day with definitive purpose to show other souls that some of this information is wrong. That's all I did. And then I did it 6 months later. Then I did it 9 months after that. Then I did it a couple months after that. I did it 4 times. When I entered those dates, Ophis instantly saw where in the construct these dates were relative to each other. It eliminated thousands of noise. It's called noise. Thousands of dates in the future eliminated, and then honed on the few dates in the future where Billy Carson got in trouble, which was very close, very relative to what I was doing. It's pretty astonishing. I'm about to show it to you right now. You just give me a minute to pull these up on the screen. And I'm going to turn this light up. The timeout? Yeah. Like 2 hours ago.
see you just walked in. We've already covered the Trade Secrets Act, the NDE. We're all good, bro. We're all good, man. All right. Yeah, I'm not showing anything sensitive. I'm just showing our case ready. So, all right. So, really quick, I'm going to show you. Give it a second.
I ain't got anything here. Hang on.
Okay. It'll print just a second.
There we go.
That's a cool thumbnail. Boy, that little hobbit really did working on it. All right. So here they are right here. Y'all see that on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Real simple. Before I start doing projections from you guys, like I said, I can't go into detail on the 12 core algorithms. Just can't do it. I can explain what's happening, what's going on, but I can't give you the minutiae. I can't give you the details like I can the isometric projections, which you already know about by virtue of Archaix, and also the whole effective numbers, which are just the reflection on the diurnal scale of what a number is. There is no difference in the field between 453 and 354. You understand? They're not different. There's no difference whatsoever. Just like there's no difference between the numbers of 414, the cursed earth period, and the number 670. Because it's the exact same number, but in a different dimension of arithmetic. Multiply things by 1.618 or 3.14. Looking at them through a different dimension of arithmetic does not change the value of the original number. Looking at a whole effective number does not change the value of the original number. So what you're looking at on screen now, it wasn't 4, I'm sorry, it's 3. 3 videos. This other one's just a little short. I didn't put that date in. You guys remember when I did the Forbidden Knowledge Billy Carson Responds video, March 1st, 2024. Some of you remember Epic of Humanity. I can't believe you. You're the one just trying to get a job now, man. All right. Epic of Humanity, the epic fail of Billy Carson and Matt LaCroix's terrible book. And before that, Emerald Tablets and Billy Carson book review. So these videos, here's March 1st, 2024, February 21st, 2024, and October 25th, 2023. I chose these because I can't fudge this data. I'm either right or I'm not. These are the 3 dates right here entered into Ophis. Those dates are connected in the continuum by subject matter, by what I did, who it affected, Mr. Carson, and who participated. What made the prediction so powerful? It was your participation. I did something that other souls in the field participated in. It increases the signal. Here is the end of my presentation. All right, so we have, what's this next one? There is a 4th date. I was right. It wasn't as short. It's right here. From Anuna to Anunnaki, getting the story straight. This is where I talked about Billy Carson was wrong about the Shar, that it wasn't a year, that it was a day. All these videos were pretty much before that genius lady did that Shar song. So here's where it gets interesting. Let me see if this chart is different from this chart. Okay, it is different. All right, so here is the problem. The problem here, my laptop, I am able. I have to do this by hand. For some reason, I can't use the controls and do it. That's weird. When I blow things up, I guess it's because I'm HDMI interface here between the screens. When I blow things up, it collapses my screen again. What you're looking at right here, I don't know if you can see my cursor
on the screen. Can you see my cursor waving back and forth?
Yeah.
That box, the box right there above my cursor, this is the input for Ophis right here. And let me move this, and I'm just going to stretch this out. At the same time, I know it's too small to really see, so I'm not worried about it. But there is one little thing I'm trying to stretch out. Well, oh, there we go. That's not any good. And it's still not going to let me. Oh, man, laptops suck. We have a programmer, Doug, and he's genius. But he's got some fail safes in his program that don't let you do a lot of things like sharing, like I'm doing right now. So it's really hard for me to reformat. I can reformat any PDF or anything on my screen, but he's got so many security features in this, it's not letting me do some of these things I want to do. Wow. Barry, you suck too, man. You the one talking me into putting all these features in here.
The message I was showing you before we started talking earlier on, that's the information you need.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know what this HDMI might not be good for this. I'm just gonna go back to the chart. That's all I can do. All right there. It's super tiny. You're not gonna be able to see a lot. I get it.
There's a zoom on the bottom right.
Yeah, but every time I use it, it collapses the deal. It sucks. Okay, let's try this.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's much better. It's much better. I'll see if I can do what I'm trying to do. And then bring this bottom. Okay, cool. So the dates are on the bottom, but they're in micro print. I'm gonna go see them. All right. Yeah, he really developed something badass. I can normally manipulate any image, any text, any PDF. This right here is not letting me do a lot of stuff. So you're looking at the date box where my cursor is. This is input. There's a feature where you can add. It says ADD. You can't miss it. Super easy, user friendly. ADD on the top. When you click ADD, it literally gives you a whole empty box. When you click it, it'll give you an empty box to fill a new date. You can put in. Barry, was there any restrictions on input dates? Up to 12 or 24 days?
There's a number of dates in, but practically around between 7 and 10 is about.
Yeah, I don't like going over 5 or 6.
You need a minimum of 2.
Yeah. So here's the date box. The dates that are in that box are the exact dates I just showed you where I dropped Billy Carson videos. And I dropped those Billy Carson videos by inspiration. I wasn't on any type of plan. It's when I saw him say something dumb, I did a video. So it was over a 2-year period of time. Listen, I'm real good at keeping a straight face until you look at me and laugh. I can keep a poker face. It's great. So these are the dates. This is what Ophis provided. What Ophis did is it ran the distance in time, diurnal, between X1 and X2 14 times. All 14 out. All the diurnal, in the uniformitarian model, it's the spinning of the Earth on its axis, diurnal. Under the Archaix model, it's just the diurnal programming that we're experiencing night and day. There's no actual movement here, only the sky, which is programming. Either way, it's still the same thing, day and night. So what we have here is what you're seeing are all these projections, which immediately eliminates thousands of dates in the future that are not relative. Man, you know what? I was trying to figure out what you were doing with that bottle, bro. and then I snapped. You're quickly becoming this meetup's favorite.
I've been trying to ignore him, guys.
Okay, so in all seriousness, you see these event trajectories, you see all these, what's being done is absolutely amazing. X1 and X2 are the first two Billy Carson videos. X1 and X2 are the first two dates I dropped. What it does is Ophis runs how many days between X1 and X2, and it runs that number through 14 protocols. What comes out, I can't show you the protocols, but what comes out are these projections to the future, absolutely eliminating every single future date that is not mathematically, geometrically, conceptually, or geodetically related in any way. Geodetics are also programmed into Ophis. We can even look up every date that falls on a full moon, every date that falls on a solar or lunar eclipse, any phase of the moon we can look up. Matter of fact, you can see the moons at the bottom of the screen. So what I saw instantly when all this was run was Ophis identified a major projection that could not be ignored. It even highlighted it. Do you see at the bottom where these, I can't blow it up any bigger, guys, I just can't. But do you see at the bottom where it says 582 days? In a little box at the bottom? Okay, you can see my cursor? Yeah, right here, right here. Okay, it is 582 days between the very first Billy Carson video drop and the third video. The third video. Now remember, what's happening on these dates? Mr. Carson's taking a beating. He's probably at home, raging in his living room, talking about that bald head, no good son of a bitch. Believe me, he watches the videos, he gets emails from people. What is happening here is that on those dates I released those videos, they affected Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson was affected, though, with energy borrowed from all participants in the mathematical construct. Anyone who is aware of my videos became a part of the programming. It's just the way it is. We always exchange information by our awareness. Heisenberg uncertainty principle is the reason all date sequence predictive analytic systems fail and go through pattern breaks that are inexplicable. Once a human conscious automatically locks onto a probability that collapses into a reality, there are subtle changes. And this is why in predictions, machine learning and prediction science, just the measurement of a phenomena will change the phenomena and the participant in themselves. We are an observer-dependent medium. Observing a prediction actually changes part of the outcome. This is why I'm excited about Ophis as a user interface where you acknowledge that and then use it accordingly, as opposed to collective stuff like, things maybe military would take an interest in, things in collective gambling, sports, things that would piss off Vegas, stuff like that. Those are going to require a lot more beta testing. But for the individual user interface, Ophis is already developed and absolutely ready. This is for individuals to use it to do all kinds of things in their life. What you're looking at is 582 days between the first video and the third video. What Ophis instantly saw was the holoflective sum of 582 is 285, meaning the third video is the center in the mathematical construct. Not the first video I dropped, not the second video I dropped, but in the field, the third video I dropped became the epicenter. For some reason, whoever governs the construct used the third video. Counting 582 days into the past was my first video. The reverse of that, the holoflective, is 285 days into the future. So what happened on that date? Why is Ophis focused on December 2nd, right here? 285 days into the future. Despite all these projections, Ophis focused on that. Let me show you why. December 2nd has to be relative to the focus. What was the focus of all four of my videos? Billy Carson. Ophis shows right here. And this would have never been able to be known until ex post facto, after December 2nd. Let's just go to YouTube and find out what happened December 2nd. That's the easiest thing to do. All right, let's get out of here. It's so hard to use a microphone and, all right. So let's go to December 2nd.
You can draw from yourself more than you can take.
Thank you.
He was just letting you know that.
Well, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing. I'm telling him no, that wasn't free. I like to play. All right, what are you guys looking at? Okay, that's the Hobbit. Okay. I'm just teasing. He's just a super, very small guy. Very small guy. I couldn't believe when I saw the picture. Like, wow. So, on December 2nd, had nothing to do with me, but it does have everything to do with YouTube. It does have everything to do with the community at large, and it definitely has everything to do with Billy Carson, because this guy was Billy Carson's inner circle, and on December 2nd, he decided to turn on Billy Carson and give up all his financial scams. He hurt that boy. This is the video I was telling you about, that OG Face Diaper and I were sitting in my studio, and within 41 seconds, I had to turn it off because I already knew what he was doing. This guy was so financially connected to Billy Carson that he had to put some distance between him, and he did it by, I mean, you guys know in criminal justice, it's the first guy that talks is the one that gets to walk. He may be more guilty than anybody else, but it's the one that doesn't talk is the one going up the river. Same thing. This guy is acting like he's doing the community a favor, but he's been in on all the grifts from the beginning. Now he wants to put some distance between it. It's evident in the first 41 seconds that though that's what this is. And then throughout the entire video, the proof is given. It is so much passive aggression throughout that video, talking about I would never do this to somebody, but I just got to let you guys know. And I just can't believe that it's come to this. I would never wish any harm on Billy, but Billy's a better guy than this and all that. Listen, you should have thought about all that when you were engaged in these activities with Billy all this time. Yeah, so this is exactly, all this is damage control. But it doesn't even matter what the particulars are, because in the field, the holoflective projection nailed it. It nailed it. Because I dropped 4 Billy Carson videos. The Ophis algorithm showed very specifically that on December 2nd, Billy Carson was going to have a very bad day. There it was right there. It didn't have anything to do with me. I'm the one who dropped the videos, but it was another guy who actually dropped the bomb. I critique Billy on research and sometimes on ethics. This guy dropped criminal admissions about Billy Carson. So what Ophis really did was it almost combined the nature of my videos. In the mathematical construct, it combined the themes, exposing Billy Carson, exposing for all kinds of different things. I call him a shill all the time. I mean it with the bottom of my heart. But this guy was the fulfillment of everything that I put in the field. He may have done it independent of me. It doesn't even matter. All I'm showing you is that event trajectories can be measured. That's all I'm showing you here. And it's easy to do it. It'd be hard as hell if you didn't have Ophis, but it's easy to do it if you're using the program. So all the legwork has been done. The holoflective projections are happening to you every single day. You're not going to be able to find them like I did in my own life unless you did what I did. I have a 4-year-old video where I showed my prison timeline. Every date of every fight, riot, ACR, administrative segregation, disciplinary case, everything bad that happened in good things too. Like I got my first publishing contract in prison, then my second, my third, my fourth. I kept a journal where I provided every single date and I showed it on YouTube for everybody to see. This is 26 years in prison. I show every single page and I go through there and give the highlights about my life. It was only because I kept date-specific data that I was able to use a calculator and find all this stuff. And then in doing that, I just had a braingasm one day and said, damn, if it works for the day, it may as well work for the year too. And I found out that was true. It works perfectly for the year as applied to the world, which means by extension, the collective. But in the highly personal experience, it's the diurnal system. So my intentions with Ophis is to provide a user-friendly app that's already fully developed for what I'm describing. I'm interested to a degree. I know Barry is extremely interested because that's what he's been working on, is developing it further to do the collective stuff. And that's cool too. I don't have that drive. I don't have that drive to be interested in that. So what I'm telling you is he's already designed the whole website. We're already ready to launch. But what you're buying into is not his version. That remains to be developed with beta testing, where we can actually do with confidence collective sports, where we can do mass operations on a collective scale. What I'm talking about is highly personal to you. The dates that you have provided, the dates that you can show, and you don't even have to have a single pass date to use this version because you can start today. Today can be the very first date in your new journal, and in the next 3 to 6 weeks, developments will occur in your life that are relative to things you heard today. And you'll say, oh, I had that date. And now you have 2 dates. And then you can begin using Ophis to run projections, and it's going to provide you dates that the energy in the field is moving with you. That's all it's doing. It's basically telling you what dates in the future nature's moving with you to where a minimal amount of energy will produce in your life a maximum amount of effects, while also eliminating all those future dates in the future where you'd be wasting your time, no matter how much you work, strive, pay, put money, sink money into it, try to get help from other people. There are always days in your life that no matter how much energy output you expend, you still get nothing done. And it's because the arithmetic is not in your favor and that you are in dissonance with what you desire. The software is going to choose for you those days that you're going to be resonating on a highly personal level with anything you used as X1, X2, X3, X4 dates. Those dates in your life, you are resonating with something. And if those dates are connected conceptually, Ophis is going to tell you the future dates when you're going to accomplish great things only pertaining to what you entered. And once you get good at it, once you start using it like I do, you can have Ophis projections for different avenues of your life, scheduling different things, when to drop certain information. I know some of you have been catching on that my videos are not random. I know that some of you have been catching on because you've been telling me in my comment sections and my emails that the sequential order that I drop certain facts and then back them up with other videos isn't by mistake. I use Ophis with all kinds of things in my life. Even when I'm about to get to you questions, even when I'm doing my call-outs, even when I'm doing call-outs to professionals, requests to debate, yeah, Ophis tells me which dates are my power days, the days that in the field, because of past conduct, I'm invincible. It also tells me what dates to sit my bitch ass down because I'm not getting anything done on those dates. In fact, the attempt to get things done is only going to be counterproductive and undo things that I've already put in motion. We work against ourselves all the time. All the time. So, real quick, before I take any questions, does anybody have 3 to 5 dates that you want to share? Well, we got a lot of people. You were the very first one to raise your hand earlier. Yes, I'm talking to you.
Okay. Well, I also had a question.
Go ahead and give me the question first.
Is there a concern with what Barry's working on that it may lead to what I may call a Minority Report effect?
Remind me, it's a Tom Cruise movie?
Yeah.
Future crime.
Yeah, well, they're pretty much already doing that. They're already using they're already using machine learning to do that type of stuff now. Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question, but that technology already exists. That's just a real fantasy version of it. But yeah, they're already using psychological software to determine one's propensity to commit offenses and stuff, and keeping dossiers on the public. And those dossiers on the public actually tell law enforcement, when they look somebody up, what the probability is that they'll be violent, they'll react violent, what the probability is they're armed, what the probability is that they're not going to respond well to an arrest. Yeah, this is already being done. So, like I say all the time, if something is true somewhere, it's probably true everywhere. And now you mentioned a Hollywood movie, so I'm going to have to be very specific. When I say something is true somewhere, then it's probably true everywhere. I'm talking about Hollywood. Hollywood's not just making entertainment movies. They're releasing concepts that are either bought or rejected by the public. The public reaction to Hollywood cinematic productions creates our reality. And this is why new technologies 20, 30 years after the movies first show them become a reality. They're in the public sector. What we saw in the Star Trek movies and even in Star Wars movies in the 1970s and in the 80s is now in the private sector available. You can buy all kinds of stuff that was only fantasy before. Yeah, I remember in the 60s they had little Star Trek comms and all that. Yeah, all this, everything first is introduced as a concept. If the public accepts the concept, it becomes concrete. It collapses into the field as phenomena that is experienced.
You mean that creates a manifestation in essence?
I hate that word manifestation, but I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes. Yeah, that word has been so abused in the community. Hell, even Billy Carson, according to him, he's an expert at manifesting. Right?
The news does it.
Yeah, we talk about that a lot in our Archaix TV. The news does all that. So now, you asked your question, how about you have dates? Before you give me the dates, what generally are we discussing? You don't have to give details, but listen, when I say dates, I'm talking about X1, X2, X3. These are all individual dates. These are X factors. I need to be confident that what you're providing me is relative. 2 different incidents in your life that are not alike at all does not produce relativity.
Economic events.
Okay, cool. Like let's say a windfall. Something you did created, or just something that happened to you. You got more money all of a sudden.
More like than the other.
Okay, so we're going to measure a negative. Correct. Okay, well, I'm going to tell you now, anytime you measure a negative, the only thing that Ophis can ever do is provide future dates where you're going to be in resonance with the very negatives you're measuring.
Okay. Yeah. Same budget.
Yeah.
Okay. November 20th, 2022.
All right, let me get this guy off here. All right, so. All right, so we're going to clear this field. Still getting used to these glasses. These are progressives, prescription glasses, but on the very, very bottom strip are prescription reading glasses. But I have to actually look like my neck's broken just to see through. Okay, give me that date again.
November 20th, 2022.
Okay. That's your X1. This is your very first input.
Yep.
This is the next one.
October 2nd, 2024.
10/2,
Yes.
2024. All right, that's your second one. Do you have a third or just those
No,
two?
just those two.
Okay, 2 is enough. 2 is enough. This is a really good example because you see how simplified this is. Do you see how simplified the Ophis chart is? It's not like when I produced 4. When I produced 4 dates, you saw how many projections went in the future, and it's because between every X, Ophis runs 14 protocols between all, and it compounds. It's not now X1 to X2 are 14 algorithms running through about 20 filters. Then X1 to X3, then X1 to X4. Then it goes back to X2, the second day, and measures between X2 to X3, X2 to X4. This is extremely complex what it's doing. And then it does the final 2, X3 and X4. And then it shows, and what you're seeing in the lines are the only things left in the construct as future dates that can be remotely connected in space and time to what she's talking about. So did you say these were negatives? Did you say both of these dates you took a loss?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're looking at on the screen now, I'm going to say, you do understand, this doesn't mean you're going to take losses in the future. It means that if you do the exact same actions which produce those losses that we're measuring right now, you can expect to have a very bad time right around this area right here. 7, 8, and 9. This clustering area right here is going to be in 2027. Nothing really prominent before 2027. None of these are all beta projections. You have alpha projections and beta projections. The alphas are the one Barry and I really pay attention to because in the structuring, these are super strong signals and you don't have any until 2027. 2027. Now you have to understand, you can't take this data that I'm giving you and go through a bad time in 2026 and then say, Jason lied to me. Because what I'm telling you is this output you're looking at on the screen only concerns the 2 dates and the events that happened on those 2 dates you gave me. And you said they're both negative. Right. All right. Those 2 dates are the result of whatever actions you took for that to happen. That's it. That's all you're seeing here. You're not really seeing the future. What you're seeing is a future. It doesn't mean it's yours. Right. So this is 2027 full moon. Algorithm hits a full moon on number 7. Let's look at number 7 real quick. On number 7 right here. Yeah, that's a pretty strong signal, but it doesn't mean bad things are going to happen. It means that's a particular day. I'm going to give you the date. I'm going to give you the exact date. August 18th, 2027. You can take this to the bank. You can contact me on August 19th, the day after 2027, and you can tell me. But according to the algorithm, that is the date you do not want to be making any financial decisions. Go do something else. Don't walk your dog. This is all Ophis is going to do. You can actually plot the whole next year. You can measure all kinds of things in your life, and then there's going to be commiseration between measurements. Right. What I mean is I can measure the exact dates that I want to plot social events like the meetups. I can measure dates where I want to sit down with Barry, and we're going to sit down and we're just going to analyze the last 6 months of cryptocurrency fluctuations. I can analyze when I dropped We Immortals videos as opposed to all other videos. Because I do have a method to my madness. I know when I've gone a little too long dropping research, dropping podcasts, Phoenix phenomenon, and I haven't put out a real good spiritual video. I pay attention to that. So that's why every once in a while you'll see every 2 or 3 weeks it hits you with something that's not like the rest of my channel. Just something spiritual, something deeply philosophical. We can use this as a tool to map out 20 different aspects of our life. And what you're going to find is that in all these measurements, there's going to be key days in the structuring of your reality tunnel where those dates, there's not a damn thing that can go wrong with you. Even when you make the wrong decision, things still turn out the right way. You need to find those dates because they exist. We all have them. They're written into our field. You wake up in the morning sometimes and you just feel it. There's not a damn thing that can go wrong. Everything goes your way. Every conversation is awesome. You don't want the day to end. I'm telling you now, you can find those dates and you can plan for those dates. Once you know, when there's crossover, when you're doing 4 or 5 different trajectories, I'm talking about you're running algorithms on every aspect of your life. It's become fun. It's become a game. This is what you're doing. Then you're going to see, oh, wow, these are the dates. Wow, there's 4 dates in the next 6 months that are like generative for you, meaning the potential in the field on those dates is so high in the structuring of our reality. Those are the dates you need to launch and do whatever you want to do in life because there's no resistance. Everything's moving with you. So, but we didn't do that this time. We didn't. We measured the negative. Not good. Not good. I would not ever advise anybody to measure a negative because you're introducing that concept into your life. Ignore a negative. Just ignore it, man. Just let it go. Let it go and move on. But if we were to start measuring the darker aspects of our reality, you're going to get output that doesn't, remember what I said, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, how it applies. You're not just looking at the potential in the field. You're actually charging it. If you're measuring a negative event, then in the field, your avatar did that. You use the Ophis software. You're thinking about it, your fingers, you went into motion. There's no distinction between the past, the present, and the future in the field. It's holographic. It's a hologram. All information is all places, and every little bit contains the whole. You process information like I do, sequentially, so it's very hard to come to understand that concept. But in the field, everything is happening at the same time, everywhere. It's a beautiful phenomenon, and you wouldn't be able to process that because of your central nervous system's filters. They keep you, they protect you from that. Just like if the central nervous system didn't protect you optically, you would see nothing but white light. That's all you see. So it's the same thing with noise when you're doing data sequence predictive analytics. The noise is there. That's why we have all these filters. And Barry and Doug have done a fantastic job implementing filters that removes a bunch of this noise. But if you're measuring negatives, you're literally writing into your field the very negativity you're trying to avoid. I would never advise measuring negatives.
Okay. I have a question on that. You said that there's days that you just have to sit down and do nothing. How do you measure that? Is it just because nothing positive has come up on that day?
How do I measure it?
Yeah, you said there's some days that you should just sit down and do nothing. Well, your measures.
Okay, well, I wouldn't know what your days are. We'd have to measure them to find out.
No, just before you were saying there's some days.
This is everybody in life. Every single person in life, you're going to go through days where the potential in your field is not charged.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter what you try to accomplish on those days, you're not going to get anything done.
Yeah. So are you using Ophis to just say, well, these are all the days that are great days, and then the days that aren't great days, that's when you don't do things?
Okay. Ophis is very, very, very specific. It's going to only provide the output that is very relative to what you're inputting.
Yep.
You're speaking in a very general term.
Okay.
All right. You can use Ophis to do just that. You're going to know. Do you know what all your positive days are in the past?
Yeah, well, I've got some, yeah.
If you got some, then Ophis can provide you some. It can definitely do that. But they have to be relative. A good day is not relative to another good day. It's not. But a good day where you won some money because of something you did, and then you won more money on another day because of something you did, that's connected. Your actions produced a windfall. Those are conceptually connected. You being married and considering that a good day, and the day that you won $250 from a lottery ticket that somebody donated to you, and you considering that a good day, are not relative at all. So good is entirely subjective. We have to be specific. We have to be very specific. And if you're running several different routines over your life, each routine has to be very specific in and unto itself. This is your work routine. This may be an exercise deal, or this might be a trips where you like to hike. Planning your trips, best trips, relationships, going out in public, doing some type of church function, whatever it is you're measuring in life. I'm not saying to use this version of the software to measure the silver markets. That's not what I'm telling you. Well, what I'm telling you is that Ophis will tell you the exact days where you will be successful in whatever you do in the silver markets.
I'll ask a question a different way. If we don't, and I don't intend to look at negative things to myself, but this lady just had an example of that to say, okay, this is a day to not do financial things. So if I've had bad financial stuff in the past and I don't want to do that again in the future, is it, and I wasn't going to look at bad stuff anyway, but if I wanted to go, oh shit, I had these 2 things happen or whatever, 3 things happen in the past, I don't want that to happen again, or I don't want to make a financial decision on that day or sign a mortgage on that day, how do I find that day to not do it? Or do I just look for the positive things?
Man, I'm really having trouble unpacking that.
Okay.
Okay, well, one thing I want to correct is this is, I'm trying to hammer in how specific this is. Just because she lost money on these 2 dates, and Ophis targets a few dates in the future where that same signature is in the field, very powerful for her, does not also mean that on that exact date she can't gain a whole lot of money, but it would be attached to a totally different projection using totally different X1, X2, X3, X4 dates. Just like a day is 24 hours, and in that 24 hours, you have 8,640 seconds? There's potential at every one of those seconds. I tell you guys all the time, every single moment is pregnant with possibility. This means that in every single day, you can have multiple experiences. We do. You've had multiple experiences since you walked in this door today. Therefore, Ophis can be used on a manifold of things. You just have to be very consistent when you're running the projections. When you're doing a chart, like I showed you, your X1, X2, X3, X4, X5 dates all have to be relative, but they do not annul anything else you also found, because one day can produce 1,000 experiences. So I didn't mean to oversimplify earlier. Well, so you just have to understand this version of the software is so user-friendly now. But what it's doing is highly complex. And what you can do with it is very complex, because you can grow with the algorithm that you're building for your life. If we lived in a uniformitarian universe, this would all be bullshit. But because I can show so many times in my life predictions that have come true and things in my life that unfolded exactly as I called them, it's not bullshit. I just showed you how the algorithm targeted that Billy Carson was going to have a very bad day. The very fact that this can be shown means that we are co-creators. If you were to follow the advice, can somebody hear me later, Library Chaos? He literally maps out in here that the structuring of our reality is magical. In being magical, we have the power to create and implement mathematical systems that will build our reality. He says that in here. And then he shows examples. coupled with all the other books I showed you guys about, like the Terrence Howard copycat book. Oh, that was a part of the presentation pre-YouTube, wasn't it? Before we turned the camera on. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was a critic of Terrence Howard, because Lyle Jacobs had already covered all this information, that the potential was in the field in all the empty spaces, and that anything that's in the construct itself that we can see, like this board and the ceiling and this floor, tables, these are all things that have already collapsed into the field because we all agree them to be true. Like I said, the example earlier, I really hope all you guys think I'm a guy. I mean, since you agree that I'm a guy on a stage, I'm a guy on a stage. We've agreed, it's a collective agreement. Anything that is believed by the collective collapses into the collective experience to be axiomatic. It is now true. Like throwing a rock in the sky means it's going to come down eventually.
And that's why they put out these retarded phrases like the new normal for COVID.
Oh man.
They're trying to change the collective.
Tim, every meetup, Tim's trying to get me to go there, man. Tim, save me. We go to the movies and we go to restaurants with Tim. Tim and his new paramour. Oh yeah, her cheeks are getting red. Yeah. So what I'm saying is I'm really trying to describe something that is far more simple in applications than what is actually happening behind the scenes. Life is super simple. Ophis isn't really going to do anything more than what I've already told you in Archaix. You have the power to do for yourself. All it's going to do is show it to you mathematically. But I've always told you guys that we write our own field. It's always been my message that we basically write our own life. What we accept to be true becomes true to us in the highly individualized soul. It doesn't mean it's true to him. Doesn't mean that you guys can all are going to agree with me on everything that I say. Well, just a second, these questions. I'm not sure when we're going to launch. These are things he and I need to discuss, but it's the version that I'm talking about is already fully developed. Where we want to take it is going to require beta testing. That's why we want to launch it in this way with subscriptions, so we can pay for the beta testing that we need, because there's no Fortune 500 companies that are going to take a system seriously unless they see the hard applications. And the problem with the version as it exists I just showed you is that it's user dependent, meaning this guy here can sit down with me for 10 minutes and watch a 2-minute tutorial, take Ophis, and we won't even recognize him in 6 months. He'll come back and like, man, you're the guy in the meetups. He was on the front row, man. You showed me how to use Ophis, man. It changed his life, changed his family's life. Like I said, we are able to build our own world. We're just not able to change the world. It's a fixed mathematical construct designed to be nothing but feedback loops of dungeon programming. And as long as you think you're here to change the world, you're always going to fall back somehow into these feedback loops. You're going to go into default mode, and you're never going to get anything done. You're going to be overwhelmed. But if you want to build your own world, and you want a tool to do it, to help you do it, you want a tool to help you have fun, to see what days you need to be sitting at your laptop making power moves, and what days you need to walk your dog or find a girlfriend. This is the tool you need to use. This is your boyfriend, but I won't exclude anybody. So this you've already provided the 2 negatives. I would like somebody for some positives. And went up quick.
Okay. I am looking for a homestead, and I sold. So these are purchases of other properties.
Excellent.
And they're all related. Very much. Okay, so April 4th, 1996.
More than 7 years.
Oh, that's more than 7 years. Okay, then another 2 days. It's May 30th, 2018.
Hold on, stop. You are far ahead of me. All right, what's first date?
Well, it's 1996. Can you use it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, this version Now, the one he wants to develop after beta testing,
Yeah.
will be able to go back some years.
Okay, so,
This version goes back 2,556 days, which is exactly 7 years.
okay, so it just got 2 dates then.
All right.
May 30th, 2018,
2 dates are all you need. 2018?
yeah,
All right.
and March 31st, 2022.
Okay. That's going to be a good spread. Those days are pretty far apart. Let's make sure I got that second date again.
March 31st, 2022.
All right. So this system accounts for all the leap years. It takes into consideration all
Oh,
that.
good.
All right. So
Hey, Jason, I have a question about, is there a sweet spot in the number of dates you put in? Or is there more noise the more dates you put in?
Well,
Or does it get more focused?
yeah, I'm gonna let Barry answer that.
Okay.
So with the dates, oftentimes I can put 10 days in and nothing happens. It tells me to loosen up the filter. And then I put the 11th date in and I start getting hits. And then I take the 12th date and I start getting hits. So I can go back and remove those dates. They're just noise. And they stop. The lady he was talking about with those 2 dates she gives. What's interesting in this experiment for me is I'm not doing personal things. I'm doing all the things that everybody's afraid to ask a question, trying to make money, blah, blah, blah. Those are the things I'm playing with. But what's interesting is that if I only use 2 dates, I rarely get anything from Ophis. Because these are personal projections, I've noticed now 2 in a row where we've got an output. Normally we wouldn't do that. So if the dates are not relevant, they'll remove. You don't have to do this. All you have to do is brief description of the event, paragraph or less, or what you're trying to accomplish. As many dates as you can. And it's like the old computer lingo, garbage in, garbage out, but the dates have to be accurate. I'd be crap at this because I can't remember what I did yesterday, let alone 3 or 4 years ago. And I am experimenting with crunching dates together, but there are a couple of basic rules. Minimum of 2 dates. Those dates have to be a minimum of 7 days apart. If you follow those 2 protocols, then try it out. Don't do this. Don't sign up for beta testing saying, I'm trying to find out the next time I'll get laid. I got laid. when really what you're trying to do is find out when the honest you cross. Because it will cloud things. So there's no cheating on it. If that's your intention, I've had people approach me in the break that are into bioquantum, commodities, farmers, all kinds of people will approach me. The answer is yes, yes, yes. But it takes, to beta test, it takes millions of instances to produce measurable results that can be presented to somebody else. We're not going to accomplish that with this. What we're making sure here is that the fundamentals are solid, and the fundamentals are solid. There's stuff I could share with you if you let me, but you won't listen. But the fundamentals are solid.
So how do you know you have a success? What is your reason?
Because, so for major success, I'll just give you one experiment that I've just done. So the current Bitcoin run. Yeah. I have a bunch of dates that started on the 2nd of November through the end of December. There's activity. We're nailing it at about 92% at the moment, the dates from Ophis output. And they correspond to the moon phases too. For those of you that are moon phase traders, you can see the same pattern. So you can look at, I have a spreadsheet that has every moon phase going back to 2017 and the performance of different financial instruments. You can pull patterns of dates out of there, run them through Ophis, and then the results will often correspond to the moon phases too. It just doubles the value of moon phase investing. But what we're trying to do is, I'm not putting money into Bitcoin right now. If I had, I'd be up 40 grand on Bitcoin right now. But I'm not doing it. It's not ready to do that yet. I don't want anybody here wasting their lives savings trying to slip something in. It's data testing. But I can tell you that over the last 2 or 3 years, whatever we've run it is, we smoke anything that's out there. The gold standard is 72% for accuracy. That's the gold standard. We are in the 80s and 90s consistently.
Well, I'm glad that you didn't have a microphone. Because I have every single crypto analyst out there trying to email me and run me down. That's the type of stuff I'm trying to avoid. Because I haven't told you guys a lot. The accuracy it's scary. And because of what he said, I'm not going to repeat on YouTube. I'm trying to release a version of software that's not going to have DOD down my ass. You understand? So that's what he's talking about. Yeah, I'm not trying to climb up that tree. You know what I mean? I don't need that knock. I've already had many knocks on my door. You know what I mean? I don't need that knock.
But you can do it by hand.
Do what by hand?
Remember you taught us how to do, you told us how to do it by hand so people can take.
Yeah, that's a long math. Yeah, you're really, really patient. Yeah, you can't. I did. That's how I did in prison. Yeah, I developed my own charts, and he's seen them, and they're nightmarish. And the problem with using spreadsheets to do any type of algorithms is that it requires so much wall space. You have to spread that out, floor space. You don't have a lot of prison. But I used to do it, and the real problem is the human error. I don't care how studious you think you are. This right here eliminates all human error. Because he used to watch me. I used to get that just so I could stay on the same line 3 feet away on a piece of paper going down long charts. I would have to use these huge rules and rulers where it's real easy to slip one and be on the wrong one. And I'm so tired of looking at this and I answer that. The way we used to run it when I quit doing NFL predictions because it took so long, I'm never going back to that. Yeah, that was nightmarish.
Is the way it's set up in this current beta version to predict sports games like NFL?
You need to talk to Barry after the Tim. I'm not trying to sell that to him, you understand? Yeah. So this is the 2 dates. You. I need to know X1 means to you. X1 is the very first date you gave me.
What does it mean?
Yeah, what does it mean to you? I mean, if you provide a date.
Oh, I bought a house.
Okay, you purchased a domicile, a home.
Yeah, with a little teeny bit of acreage, not much.
Okay.
And then
What is X2 to you?
X2 is 56 acres home.
Okay, so this is another purchase.
Yeah, it's being homesteaded. I'm looking for another homestead.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you right now that as far as a future date is concerned, February 3rd, 2025 is the closest. February 3rd, 2025 is the very closest date Ophis is going to provide you that is in resonance with those 2 past dates of you purchasing a home. It doesn't mean you're going to purchase a home that day, but it does mean that the energy is in the field on that day for you to find or purchase a home that is going to make you basically feel the same way you felt when you bought the first 2. So it doesn't mean that's the exact date. It just means that's the next one, the next date that the algorithm is isolating. After that, it's going to be a few months to May 7th, 2025. And this one is, it's really the exact same signature. There's really no difference whatsoever. There's not. I don't know how long you're going to be in the market, but you have a mega algorithm. You have a multi-hit date where several out of the 14 algorithms are all coalescing on the same date, meaning that you have a lot of potential on January 29th, 2026 for you to make a major purchase. I wouldn't like to go too far. I mean, there's some other hits, but it's like there's nothing over baseline. Everything after this, the signatures are all just one algorithm a piece hit, sometimes 2, but it's nothing really serious. The 3 I just gave you are the next 3 dates in the field, and the 3rd one seems to be the big one.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah, it's not all. Like I said, I mean, you can refine that. if you were to purchase something in the near future, then you can put all 3 dates in there, and that's going to vastly increase the algorithm's ability to project more. We're adding that 3rd date. This is what I was trying to tell you guys a little while ago. You don't have to have past dates. You can start today. Today can be your X1. 2 weeks from now, something you decide, oh man, I never thought about that. I should start measuring this. There's your X2. X1 is the date that the concept into your mind, you get a general understanding of what it is, and you decided, okay, listening to Jason, I think I'm gonna try that. X2 is something that happens in your life in the next 2 or 3 weeks when you decide, this is what I'm going to measure. I got it. That's what I'm gonna do. The very act of measuring and living out your life looking for similar events to measure is going to create similar events to measure. It's generative. You're literally activating the potential in the field. You're reversing negative polarity into something that is actionable. Because you're doing something. What I always say, move your avatar in the right direction. What does Peter Carroll say? Peter Carroll says, all you have to do is apply a mathematical structure to the one that already exists. And if you move in the direction of the structure that you're following, you will create the very event you're trying to experience. That's the subject matter of life or chaos. So I miss you. Tim, put your hand down. Say, ain't you the boss? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I have 3 dates for you. All right, and
Okay,
they're similar because they were made the purchases that I made.
All right. 3 dates.
Yes. The first date is December 13th, 2020.
12/13.
Yes, sir.
Man, I knew Barry was going to get everybody thinking about cryptocurrencies. 12/13 is the first date.
Yes, and then it would be 2/22, 2023.
All right.
And then July 20th.
Okay, you see there's two date boxes up here? Y'all see where my cursor is? Okay, we're going to a 3rd date, but there's not a 3rd box. So it's really simple. You go to add. Super simple. Creates a 3rd box. Erase the duplicated date and add the 3rd date. What's the 3rd date?
July 20th, 2023.
All right, super simple. And you say no 4th date.
No, not as of yet.
All right, it's fine. 3 dates right here. Let's look and see what we see here. Blow that up a little bit. He's got some activity here.
Good.
Man, what is going on here? Trying to blow that up more so you can see it better. These touch screens are a blessing and a curse. So the only lunar, I'm going to show you real quick before I go into his details. I'm going to go ahead and remove all these filters. You now see a screen. Here are Ophis projections. They show no lunar information. There's no moon phases here at all. It was Waters Above Crypto, the last video I did with him, or the video before that, that had me opening my eyes that maybe there is a connection between lunar phases and the market fluctuations. And I had never considered that, but he showed it to me. So once he showed it to me, Barry and I had our programmer, Doug, go ahead and introduce the moon and all its phases as a filter. So you can see all the future dates here. Here's all the future dates. Man, I really can't move that. So here's all the future dates, but this is what it looks like when you add in the new moons. This is the new moons right here. These are direct Ophis algorithm hits on just new moons. I can remove that filter and I can add in full solar eclipses. Only one, and it happens to be an exact date that you provided me. That's a full solar eclipse. And then we have the full lunar eclipses are in red. We have one. You see it at the bottom? Yes. You have one. That's a lunar eclipse. Interesting. All right, so what do these dates mean to you? X1, X2, and X3?
There were great, big moves in my life, you know, retiring, moving here, and big purchases, movement.
So what you're trying to do here is, these are not relative. What they are is these are major changes in your life.
Correct, but they're relative to me.
They're relative to you. So name, what is the first one? Give me the first experience.
The first one, sold everything I had in California and moved here, purchased a house and moved here in
On that date, you geographically relocated.
Geographically located.
Okay, what's the second one?
The second one is we got a brand new vehicle that's been in the family forever. Just moved in here, so got rid of something and got something new. Just like
I'm gonna go ahead and show you what the output is, but I don't think those are relative, man.
Okay.
What's the third one?
Same scenario, got rid of something old, like our ranches were old, we got rid of that land.
Okay.
We got rid of other things.
Did you change geographical locations, or was this just the release of an acquisition?
These are acquisitions that happened. I actually changed from Santa Monica to here.
Right, that's the first one.
The first one.
That's you changing geographical locations. The second one was you just got rid of property and acquired something else?
Correct, right here.
Property or a vehicle?
And that was a vehicle.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing relativity, man.
All right.
I don't see these. And the problem with this is I can still give you the output, but it's going to be just as amorphous as the input.
Yeah, because I had other dates that were all relative, but going on back 7 years, so
Yeah.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, those aren't really gonna, like you said, you can begin today, or you can go back in the recent past and find different dates attached to whatever, receipts or whatever you've done in life. But yeah, they're not really relative. They're not measurable, is what I'm gonna say.
All right.
Sure, I got dates.
All right, I'm listening. First date?
February 8th, 24. So 02, 08, 24.
All right. No, that was not long ago. All right, February 8th, 2024 is the first day. What's the second date?
7/5/24.
Yeah, it's 7/5/24, okay. Third date? No third date?
That one was too old.
Cool, that's cool. All right. So what do these mean to you?
About my business. February 8th is when I listed it, July 5th is when it sold.
Okay, you listed it for sale on one date and then you sold it on another date. Okay, so that business is no longer yours, it no longer exists. So you're trying to run predictions on when you're going to sell a future business?
But I hold a mortgage on it, so
Okay.
I just want to see.
So you want to see if anything actionable on those dates is going to produce something that's relative to a mortgage that you hold on that date. I'm not going to say that this is a really good measurement, but I'm going to provide you whatever the output is. So I'm going to put my lunar filters back in there. All right. So I will say that the first 4 dates provided are pretty weak signatures. There's really nothing there in the field. I mean, that's a past date. You have March 17th, 2025 as a hit, but it's really not. The signature it's a single hit, just like the next one and the one after that. You don't have anything major happening concerning just those dates. Absolutely nothing major until May 22nd, 2027. And that is multiple algorithmic dates that are all coalescing at the same day. That's pretty far in the future. That's May 22nd, 2027. But then again, you can't really rely on that because, again, relativity doesn't seem to be really established. Those are related to each other, but how they're related to you holding mortgage on that is kind of tenuous. That one's kind of tenuous.
I got really relative dates.
Oh, hell.
9/11/24, 9/25/24. Exactly the same.
9/11/24.
Yeah.
So that's only 6 days.
9/25.
Okay, 9/11/24. What else?
9/25.
All right.
24.
What happened?
I got really good auditions for a feature film, a major role in a feature film, and a really good audition on the 25th for a recurring guest star on a hit TV Netflix comedy. Yeah.
Okay. We got a superstar in our presence.
Well, not yet.
We got a star in our presence.
Not yet, but I get some good auditions help.
Okay, well, as relating to you personally on these dates, you would be looking at December 8th, 2025 as being the first major break concerning anything concerning that.
Okay.
That's a year from now.
Okay. Makes
So
sense.
that's a while. That's a year from
That's
now.
showbiz, yeah.
That's showbiz. Man. That's showbiz. And then directly after that, you seem to have a lot of high concentrations in 2026, but it's like you only provided 2 dates, and one of them is a year from now, and then after that, 2026 is loaded. So I don't know. That's what you can look forward to.
I'll let you know.
But then again, you have to understand too, this isn't written in stone. What that means is you can run the algorithm all over again when you take the initiative to go to another audition. And just like Barry's telling you, once you add that 3rd date because of something you did, it changes the whole algorithm. And now you have all new dates to work with.
Yeah, right.
Every action you take in your life alters the arithmetic of what you're experiencing. So you can't take this to the bank. If you don't like what you're seeing, then you take the initiative to do something. And if you want to know your really good days, like she was trying to ask, you would start documenting them in your life, the days that just everything's going so good.
Yeah.
And you're not going to see a pattern because they don't exist as far as perceivable ones on days that are just so good and days that are terrible.
Yeah.
But you're going to notice those days that seem to be everything's going in your way.
Yeah.
Keep a journal, log those dates in, and then you start running projections on them, because these aren't predicting the future. You're writing it.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to tell you here, this is an interactive medium, it's an interactive holography, and the act of measuring something with intent literally writes into the field the very potential you want to experience.
Yeah.
It will collapse into circumstance. That's what I'm trying to tell you. None of these are bad projections.
Right.
Because any action in the here and now can alter the fundament. It can alter the arithmetic, but you have to do that. If you don't do anything to alter the arithmetic, you can take it to the bank that that's going to be a bad day, like she measured. Or you're just not going to be able to isolate any of the good days that you need to take action.
So
So
that's the issue in show business. There's nothing you can do for somebody else to choose you or pick you to accept you for audition. You're submitted by your talent agent, and the casting directors can either want to see you or not.
the same people created the sports industry that way. The same people created Hollywood, like you said, the casting, the directing. The same people own all the publishing companies, and that's why it's very hard to get a contract unless you're in the family or you're grandfathered into it or something. Yeah, man, we're talking. I understand. Believe me, I know. The auditions is people are cherry picked. Actors and actresses are cherry picked.
Right, and you just got to get right in front of the right person, and then boom.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. All right, cool.
I agree.
Thank you.
I have some dates.
All right. I don't know how many I'm going to run like this. I mean, I don't want to bore you guys. But
You never bore us, Jason.
I do not want to bore you. But what I would like to do, I don't know what you can see, guys.
We're learning something every time you run.
I don't know what you
run
can
that
see.
Yeah, everybody's different. So
The relativity curve.
You can see pretty damn
yeah,
good.
that's interesting.
I didn't realize you can see that good. I'm excited.
When's this app gonna be available, baby?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let Barry answer that.
He said you were going to tell us.
So I'm thinking that because of tax reasons, we kick this off in the new year, that way we can roll any tax obligation over to 2026 and we'll have to deal with it up front. There is a website, the sign-up form is there, everything's there, but nothing's connected right now. And, you know, this is Jason's baby. It's not mine. I'm just nurturing the baby. This is all him. So I let him make those decisions. My advice to him outside of him is going to be wait till the first of the year to tax raising. So 4 to 6 weeks.
Ophis.com.
It's Ophis-systems.com. But the site, I'm still working on the site. There's a lot of information for it. I don't know how much to charge yet. I don't know any of that. So ignore all the numbers and stuff there. It's just the structure, how we're operating. There's a little community section for the people that are involved. There's an electronic NDA. There's some information on why we're asking for money in the first place.
Okay.
All right, what's the first date?
April 20th, 2017.
Or 20? You say 2017?
April 20th, 2017.
Let me see if that's going to compute. All right, what's the next date?
January 16th, 2019.
All right, 1/16/2019.
And the third date is July 29th, 2019.
Yeah, next time I do this, it's going to be with a headset. All right, you have the third one?
Oh, so April 20th, January 16th. The third one is July 29th, 2019.
Okay, wait a minute, hold on. We have your first date was not 9/11/2024?
No.
Okay, well, some reason it just didn't cross over. What's the very first date?
April 20th, 2017.
20. That might have been what it is. It's over 7 years.
Yeah, it was
4/20, no, it's there. So what's the third date?
July 29th, 2019.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so this is what we're looking at. Girl, you got some activity here. What are we measuring?
So the first date was a friend of mine passed, and I had a crazy mystical experience. The second date was his birthday, and I also had a crazy mystical experience.
This other soul, okay, this other soul exited the construct on one of these dates.
Correct.
Okay, then on his birthday, after he's gone, you have another one of these experiences.
Yeah.
Okay, that's measurable. It's a little tenuous, but it's measurable.
And then the other one isn't related to him. I don't know if it's still good, but it was my father who passed. And then another, like, woo, I'm in a simulation reality. What is going on? Experience.
So all three of these dates.
Yeah.
So 2 of them are deaths, and you have some experience.
Yeah.
Okay, hyperlucid or whatever.
Correct.
All right. So one of them doesn't really. It's a birthday to somebody who's gone, and that's the only connection. It's his birthday. Well, I guess there is another connection. You had another one of these experiences. All right. Well, I don't know. This is highly subjective. It all involves you, so I really don't know. You know, I'm a bad judge. You guys already know I kind of fall when I hear the mystical. It's not. This is really subjective. You know, it's personal to you what you experience. So it's difficult for me to even sit up here and try to explain if there's any arithmetic going to attach to that. I don't know. But let's look at it. Let's look and see what's going on. So let's see. There's something wrong with this. This is you provided 4/20/2017.
Yeah.
January 16th, 2019.
Correct.
July 29th, 2019.
Correct.
Okay. These are so far back that there aren't any future dates. Oh yeah, there are. Hold on, they're at the bottom. At the bottom. So I'm going to ask you, on June 8th of this year, do you have any recollection of what you experienced on June 8th of this year, 2024? If you aren't keeping a journal, you probably can't. Ask me that. Tell me that. Also on July 5th of this year. like I said, this is an unusual measurement, so I really don't know if these are going to be accurate or not. You can't think of anything? Yeah, it's I don't know about measuring these type of things. This is different. I don't know. So does May 6, 2025 mean anything to you? May 6, 2025 is the only next date. And it's a pretty interesting one too. It's more than just one algorithmic hit. Nothing to do with the moon phases. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything outstanding. I'm not seeing anything actionable at all. It's like I said, this is your experiences, and I'm not really sure how to measure that, or if anything's even happening here, which is not just completely subjective.
I had other dates, but I wanted to provide something different instead of money and the fees,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
I get it.
Thank you.
I get it. Sure. That's you?
Yeah. So isn't, you're talking about action, and that was like a subjective, it was an emotional,
Right.
a spiritual sense, so is that kind of hard to measure?
Really hard. You don't even see anything, nothing here stands out.
Yeah, that's what.
Nothing here stands out. Yeah.
So, because we're in the concert, it has to be.
Well, everything that you experience is something, that's a good point. Every single thing that you experience is something that is already collapsed into actuality. It's no longer potentia. Anything that's collapsed is measurable. Anything that's collapsed. What cannot be measured are things that have not collapsed and they're still in the potentia state. They can't be measured, such as intuition, empathy, and imagination. There's no way to measure any of that. Highly spiritual, it's all in the field and has nothing to do with our physical reality whatsoever. It's all highly personal to the individualized soul. So yeah, but if it's something in the realm of human experience, you're damn right it can be measurable. And you can not just measure it, you can trace the event trajectory to specific points in the future where you can experience either the same thing or you can take that experience to a whole nother level.
Like dreams, it's too subjective.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can always try. But you having 2 or 3 dreams and knowing the exact dates of those dreams, the only output that could possibly ever be produced is exact dates in the future where you would have more dreams. And that's not something I'm going to be confident in providing you.
So what we were talking to you about launching our podcast on the break, can I give you those dates?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, this is actionable data. Let me explain. Her and her partner, business partner, have an idea. They've already begun to take action on this idea. This is an excellent example because these are people that can contact us in the next 2 or 3 weeks or a month or whatever and actually tell us exactly what's going on. So this is actionable data. This is what you've done in the past, working on in the direction of what you do. A really great idea. Can I say what the idea was? Both of these ladies here are widows, and they want to start a podcast, and they've already begun to put it together that's detail specific to other females that are also widows. It's pretty good idea. So, yeah, you guys come on my channel and take off. I don't mind people trying to launch people. It's had some pretty interesting souls on my channel. First date.
10/30/24.
Man, you hear the authority in her voice? She's not trying to hear it. She is not trying to hear it.
Confidence.
10:30 what?
24.
All right, 24. Second date.
11/19/24.
11/19. 2024. You have a third date?
12/5/24.
I don't know why I asked. I knew you did. All right. Give me that date again.
12/5/24.
All right. Yeah, I like this because this is already This is something happening in real time right now. That's 3 days. You got a fourth date?
The day we ordered lights from Amazon was October 1, but I didn't feel like it was super.
I wouldn't negate it. You still took action toward the same goal for which X1, X2, and X3 are connected to. Yeah, so, you could even add in the date you received the mics. All right, what's the date?
10-1.
All right. Out of curiosity, because I'm not well known for my audio, what kind of mics did you get? You brought them? Okay, no, I have those. I have those in my studio, and I've never used them. Big John bought them and put them out on my desk, and I've never even opened the box. Do they? Yeah, they got the little fluffy deal on the end? Yeah, I'm a dumbass. All right, so we need to figure out why 10/30/24, 11/19/24, 12/5/24. Oh, that's because we went back. Okay, one of these is out of place. 10/1/24 goes somewhere else. Is that 10/1/24? Yeah. Let's stick with these three, or I'm gonna have to erase all three of them. We're gonna eliminate the mic date because I would have to erase all that. Here's what you got from just 3 dates. Oh, this is the very first projection we have ever seen that shows you the yellow pyramid at the top.
Where?
Okay.
In the middle of the screen.
Yes, this is the very first projection we've done today that shows that yellow pyramid. Okay, so. No, it's well, three are hot. First of all, every single thing on the chart is already automatically at least one algorithm hit. The number 3 means that there's 3 other algorithms that all fell on the exact same date. It's almost unheard of. This is not only that, but you see the 51 off to the side. You see a lot of them on the far right column. It says none, 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 none. Then it says 63. And then it says none. Then it says 51. Do you see that column on the far right? It's right here. Okay. What it's saying, what it's showing here is we have what's called a MSRF. This is a multi-spatial recognition filter. It is a very complex series of logarithmic filters that remove noise. It removes ghost projections. It removes all this garbage that doesn't belong, so you only see the good dates, event trajectories. Well, when you get a boxed number on here, this right here is actually a fit because everyone's a hit. That's why it's on the chart. The pyramid, the yellow pyramid shows 3. That's 3 independent algorithms measuring all kinds of different constants and everything, totally different mathematical protocols, and yet they still land on the exact same date. But the MSRF also is boxed. That box means of the major numbers, we're talking about the number 9,999. 1 through 9,999 only produces less than 200 numbers that are actionable in the field. Every other number collapses to absolute 0 and is just non-existent upon analysis. The boxed numbers show that this is a date of maximum potentia. And that's independent of all the algorithms that hit that date. So, I'm gonna erase this chart before you can see it. Okay, I'm gonna tell you now that on January 8th, 2025, you are definitely going to have a significant development on what you're doing. So that's pretty fast. That's super close. I highlighted it in green so you can see it yourself if you want to come photograph this. But that's January 8th. And out of all the measurements we did today, even my Billy Carson measurement didn't even produce a signature this strong. Yeah, that's a big deal. It's a big deal only for. I need to quantify the output. It's only a big deal for the dates and what happened on those dates that were measured. It's not a big deal in any other aspect of her life. Yeah, she's not gonna win the lottery because we didn't measure that. It has nothing to do with that. It's a big deal for, let me give you an example. First of all, tell me what X1 is. What was the very first date? What did it mean to you?
October 30th.
Okay, what does it mean to you?
It's the date I was filmed for another friend's podcast, and the producer taught us the text side.
Okay, cool. So this is the date you moved in the direction of what you're trying to do. What's the second date?
The second date, we went to a training from another famous podcaster in town, and she taught us more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then 2 days ago, we set up our studio.
Okay, well, check this out. I'm going, your third date, give that to me before I'm about to blow your mind. Third date.
December 5th,
December 5th was what for you?
the setup of the studio.
So you guys have a studio you've already set up. All three of these are actionable things you did in the past. All your activities were first mental. Those mental activities cause your avatars to move a certain direction. In field dynamics, you collapse this as experienced phenomena. This is what happened for you. Let's see now what happens when we introduce today's date. Because we just ran this algorithm.
Right.
You understand?
Yes.
So if you want to see even more clarity about what the direction you guys are going, we have to add today's date.
Well, let's do it.
Does the day have to already be passed? It doesn't, right? You can add today's date right now as you're doing a projection.
Yes, I add it right now, and it's going to change this whole chart.
Can you add a future date?
I can add a future date, but I don't want to mess up. I don't want to create a chart when I don't want to do that. I don't want to create a chart and I don't have all the information down. So here it is, adding a date. And what is today? Okay. Oh man, a date that will live in infamy. Okay, we just added another date. You saw the chart change. Now, look what just happened. I've never seen this, guys. Look at that. Your first date was, you need to photograph this. Your first date was 12/8. It was epically huge. 12/9 appeared, but even before that, 12/7 is the biggest date I've ever seen. I need to confirm that with Barry. Barry, come here, look at this. Where are you at, Barry? Look at December 7th. Look how this, I entered December 7th in, and December 7th is on the chart. Algorithms are all hitting it. They're all hitting today's date. That's never happened for anything I've done for any of you today. Any date y'all all gave me, that didn't happen. But for these girls here, I just ran the Ophis date on their stuff. And what it showed, what this means to you is very simple. First of all, adding one date today, everything you learned here also shows that 12/9, 2 days from now, was just written into the field as concerning your goals. It's 2 days from now. And it has the equal major signatures of the January 8th date. Same signatures, huge. It's huge. So here's December 7th. Now, also, that's crazy. That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow and the 9th. Look at the top. Remember the gold pyramid is toward the bottom of the chart. These are two new gold pyramids that appeared at the top, and that's tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yeah.
So we should go ahead and film like we're going to tomorrow.
I don't know what you should do. I don't. All I know is that we have to stick with what we did. It's easy to get excited. We have to stick with what's being done here. You measured things you did that collapsed in the experience in the field that was when you were moving in the direction of what you want. All right? What this is showing you is that the dates for the greatest potential to explosively collapse into the phenomena you're trying to create are tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and then there's a leap to the 14th. Because a whole new one appeared right here on the 14th, but it's not a gold pyramid, but it's still a very big three algorithms merging. And then 1219 appears again. I mean, here's 1219 here. These are all before the gold pyramid you saw with January 8th, 2025, the beginning of the year. These are all, totally changed the dynamics. Entering in today's date literally created in your field newer and even more powerful possibilities and closer to the present. Just like that. Yeah, it's a pretty impressive chart. So I want to draw your attention to this too, because entering today's date, added 1219 as a gold pyramid, massive convergences of algorithms all on the exact same day. It also added 1221, 1227, then 3 days back to back, 1230, 1231, and New Year's Day. And then you still got that January 8th one is still very prominent in the field. You got a lot of activity. Just adding today's date to what you already had, you have a phenomenal amount of potentia written into your field right now. Now remember, these aren't the days you expect something to happen. I'm not saying they won't, they probably will. These are the dates when you move in the direction that you want, and even with the little amount of energy, the field will make great things happen for you. It's moving in the direction of what you want on those dates. That's what I'm telling you. I'm so glad that happened. It is 3:30. It's 3:30. Let's take one more break so I can get some blood in my butt. Walk around, sign books, get a snack. There's still got coffee back there, and then we'll come back and I think we should just do Q&A. What do y'all think? Q&A close out today. Oh, do we know where we're going tonight? Dawn Hart. Do we know where the after meetup party is? O24 grill was fun last night. We took that place over. Yeah. No, we're just gonna take a short break and then come back and do Q&A, close out.
Oh man, you want me to write the whole thing in there? Appreciate it.
Yes, I would try to meet up with you both if we have the time to be there.
But 38 years. And I'll be like, you were even listening, right? I know.
Outside of online something, which is like,
And the thing is, my dad used to say, Jackie, well, you also Yeah, I love it. I like it. Yeah, then the water freezes, but it'll come back.
yeah.
Some protein. Don't get it.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna give a. Oh, so here it is. I only gave him purchase dates, and the outfit was February 3rd, May 7th, and then the real strong is actually. So, but I would need to know sold dates so that I think what we have to do is go try to sell somewhere May 7th, February 3rd. So, and then be just be putting out looking for places. May 7th would be more ideal. So you're gonna get what I got last night? Yeah, I think so. Or ribeye. I think so. Okay, whatever. What I had last night, I love that. Yeah, I'm like, no, May 7th would be ideal. So why? Just because. Yeah. We better start packing because I'll tell you, vacations coming up pretty quick. No, May 2nd. So, and then I gotta find out what the buy dates are. No, those are buy dates. I gotta find out when is highly likely to sell. A strong buy date. Well, no, January 29th, but a weekend. Yeah, we gotta get out of it for the taxes. It's also probably means
I mean, that's like whole.
The next Do I have her?
And just like, and then you set the radius and why you set it up on the actual side. And then everything from here, it's probably not even yeah, up 40%. Yeah. So it's, Willis is
it did actually look like it might have been maybe. Oh no, the first.
they're on code. It's not like this, you know, like 17. Yeah, so like he lives on 45, I live on 59. I just kind of gotta go back. They're very, very back over, you know, this side of town. I call it his side of town. It's over north side. But, yeah, I don't we're gone. Like, she's yeah, she's a little closer to Houston. It's like spring, like we go and then you have like the Willis on road. So Jason lives a little
You have great style, by the way. Yeah, I like your shoes, my spurs.
I'll be right back. Get on the map.
It's one of those kids who is so brilliant and never it's that major right now. Like, I don't know what you're saying. I got the tree, I did the cow.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
One of your advice works. I didn't know. Oh my God, I don't have the same amount of money. John? You are? Haley, do you think? They know off the girl was in the room. Oh, yeah? Yeah, no, I can.
So, yeah, I grew up they're already going to change right. Yeah, I mean, if you go to church and you go to church until after the first day,
years. And this we're probably looking for like a smaller place. Just something that we can kind of that's all we really need. Right, and yes, in religion, there's things like it's getting things to dream big. Dreaming big, it's like, okay, all right, maybe I just like a little bit there, scale it back. Dreaming, let's do it. You have very programmed. Yeah, but I didn't want to put the weight back on the community. Like everything that happens, nice running. It's like, but got on a video on the hey, this is what we're going to do to make this happen. Parents would have made it happen. But why did that necessary learning scale it back, be a little bit more realistic. Say, MeetUp scene, maybe we'll just do Ophis and we'll have that later. I'll give you a whole other session about that. Or you just have a look. I don't even need it. I'm just sit on a couch. I'll sit on the couch in front. No, you're right. It's surprising. Yeah, if you want to live like a more wholesome life, that's just feeling. Yeah. No, but I ended up, I stayed there. I kind of wanted to study research. Oh, yeah, no, if they were down there, yeah. I'm trying to hide. It's hard for me to hide, but I'm trying to sneak through. Oh my God. Not a lot of crazy stuff, yeah, now I'm really focused. Yeah, I know. I want to do this. You're doing other stuff. Kind of like distract out again. All right. Now I'm the weirdo. You know, now I'm the weirdo here again. You know. Something not being able to share. But she's kind of sad. They don't have any desire. Just like, okay, this is my life. I'm like, that's right. You're rich. So, yeah, like you don't have to worry about it. You're set. You're tired. You're set. You're fine. You're tired. That's it. Having that, that's cool. That's rare. That's rare. But yeah, that's super rare. I got something I got to do.
It's going to be a really good drink.
Life until you're saw me speaking to someone and then they just it's almost like mental acrobatics to like the Matrix or something that like dodges everything I'm saying. I'm like, oh,
Well, you Jason. What's that? For Jason. Yeah. He does? Yeah.
Slowly to this. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, the thing about it is the spiritual side of things, the relationship side of things, mathematics or whatever, physics, whatever it was, it actually brought you here. And we kind of slowly came to it, right? So to expect, that's how I comfort myself whenever I think about like living my life. I'm like so archaic stuff, but I'm like, oh, or like, I wouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that to you. You know, you need to go. Find something that they're already interested in, you know, and maybe business, maybe, you know, mathematics, spiritual stuff, might be, yeah. But you can reverse engineer that, you know what I mean? So it's like this covers a lot of things for a lot of people. So you can find that one thing, yeah, you can find that one little thing that you can reverse engineer back to a person that's not there yet, and it'll bring them along. I do. I'm not curious. I'm not curious at all. I'm more your stuff. I'm not curious at all. It doesn't bother me at all. Anything. I can remember those things, but I can't remember the dates for them anyway.
And he said,
I didn't write it down. That's a very individualized thing. The way you negotiate whenever you do yourself, it doesn't have anything to do with me or you, other than we can kind of get together. Always look like this is my friend or whatever, you know what I mean? It's so dumb, right? So, but I mean, it's a good word to use because everybody understands it. It's got such a bad connotation now. But yeah, but bringing to reality, that's the thing of like, for the good cause, you know, like, but it's not something that will last. He's not there. But, yeah, so there he is. So I live like north of 159, so it's like
yeah, decided yeah, and I'm a stone cutter, so I want to. I haven't seen Nico. I haven't seen my son yet, and I want to be closer to him. And I want to be closer to Jason. Translating his books. Yeah, I love it. And so,
You wanted to meet?
Jason. What did he give you?
I got a shirt, man.
You got signed?
No, I didn't get it signed, but I was thinking about having it signed. I didn't I want to ask him, the new shirt I bought, the new shirt, well, no, he gave it to me. He didn't have my size. You know what? Maybe I should swap it out.
I mean, I was only busy. Yeah, there's like nothing there, and it was this, and I live in several and supposedly it's like a river of love. Oh my God. Like, for example, I would be following stores. And I would be in a store and nobody would say, hi, how are you? You have you. But you would go then there would be yeah, things like that. Yeah, you can imagine. Yeah, yeah. And it was there. And I could walk around hour and a half with tourists. And so that was my world. I just ended up thinking about I envisioned at first. Because I did just yeah. So I don't want to be in the city. That's the thing. So I am thinking, this is the only place that I need because I only need organic.
My dad.
That's the only thing. I eat meat. I
Party, man.
And the girls in the kitchen are from Guatemala, and they're laughing all the time, and I'm going to do some volunteering. Yeah, it's going to be really good. So I like something good that I can walk by and be by the river, feel like in nature, even though in the city. Yeah, the apartment is looking good. I've never seen it. Yeah. 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 I don't need a big space for Starbucks. Yeah. Maybe we'll need them for lunch. Yeah.
Station neighbor.
How much it is? I don't.
Yeah, you too. They're Mexican. I work all year.
Oh, I gotta go watch it. Oh, my. I love
I immediately went back.
Yeah, they're excited. They saw
That's exactly what I need to do.
Well, it's been a long video. Tim, can you hear me back there, Tim? You can hear me pretty good? Would it pain you to make me a cup of coffee, please? Thank you. Thank you, man. All right, we're gonna initiate some Q&A. And then we're gonna initiate some Q&A. At this point, remember, we're still streaming live on YouTube. So I'm really not giving a damn about what kind of questions you ask me because I've already crossed that line on YouTube. I can't even believe I'm still there. So it doesn't even matter to me. Just don't go too hard. Maybe so. Yeah, so this last hour, just freestyle Q&A. I don't care what the subject matter is. But also, we're gonna break. We can take a few volunteers. When we start putting everything up, it took us so fast. These two fine young gentlemen right here, they helped set this whole thing up quick, way faster than I was gonna be able to do it. But everything gets thrown into the van as these girls box it up. If we just take a few volunteers, we can all get out here fast enough because we plan to get fat full. I'm drinking me some Modelo's with salt and lime. I'm breaking the rules tonight. I'm doing it. But we're gonna go to the after party. We'll take a break for like an hour and a half, 2 hours once we're done here, and it will all converge on the what was it, 024 grill?
Yeah.
Yeah, that place was badass last night. Yeah. So, well, you know, they had that back room and the front room and all that. What you think? What you think, CB? Good place?
Do I look like I had a bad time?
Already goes.
CB is one of my interstate stalkers. Yeah, she's an interstate stalker. Yeah. If it comes up in the field that Jason of Archaix is going to be in Virginia Beach, CB's there. North Carolina, CB's there. Houston, Texas, CB's there. And you know why? Because I'm not going to that shithole state, New York. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah. I'm going to California. I am. And the only thing left good in California is the book tree in San Diego. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, this month before Christmas, I'll be in San Diego. I'm not doing a meetup. But I'll be in San Diego to go kick it with the locals for a couple of days. And then Dad and I, we're gonna drive to San Diego, and then from San Diego, Dad and I are going to Sacramento. All his family's just really, really up there in age, and it's time we had a real good get together. It's just that time. Had real close calls this year, so we're not expecting them to be close calls next time. So we're gonna go hang out with the family in Sacramento, and then we're gonna be back before Christmas Eve. But we're not flying. We're taking the van. So, okay, 23 hours to get there. 23 hours to get back from Sacramento, but 8.5 hours between San Diego. What do you think I'm going to be doing? Hell no. I'm gonna be doing at least 20 hours of van vlogs. Yeah, if you guys noticed, if you look at them, any of you who are getting in my business, looking at my windshields, you'll see the camera setup. The whole interior of the van has been set up into a mobile studio now. So now you guys can hear me do, socio-political dissertations for Archaix TV. You can hear all about the tiny hats and how they make me mad every single day on Archaix TV. You can hear about all these fake truthers and all these people that are taking shots at me, and if they don't know it, I'm gonna talk about it on Archaix TV. But I'm also gonna do some YouTube videos because I told you guys before we started recording that it's on my heart about that Billy Carson deal. I'm not attacking him anymore. What's going on is wrong. All these Christian channels beating him up and bullying him and all that stuff. Yeah, that's I'm gonna address that shit. And this academic who's refusing to entertain a debate with me while steadily putting out these childish, high schoolish 5-minute videos against Billy Carson. Listen, man, that's some bully shit. I'm not cool with it. And I'm gonna address that stuff on YouTube in my van vlogs. It's we're gonna keep the battle. I'm a warrior. I'm all for the battle, but the fight's got to be clean. Yeah, you don't fight somebody who's already been defeated. That just makes you look weak, and that's what this guy's doing. It's not cool.
Jason, do you think that the demise of Billy Carson was actually planned ahead of time? That's why he was brought on Joe Rogan and PD just for
Hey, girl, you know what? If it wasn't for other things going on in my life, you and I'd be dating. I'm just telling you. I've already discussed that with OG Face Diaper. I'm already there. That this is long-term planning. Once Archaix started isolating Billy Carson's problems, other people picked it up, but they act like, Archaix doesn't exist. You know what I mean? So they picked it up and started, there's many things going on simultaneously. One of them is the rise of the Christian Reich. And they're getting very powerful, very fast. And they're taking down content creators using the Christian banner. And it was so well choreographed and networked. But yes, Billy Carson, before he went on Joe Rogan, was already being critically injured by me. And not for the same reasons the Christians went after him for.
Because that must have been planned.
It was planned. Yeah, he went on Joe Rogan. Yeah, Joe Rogan's caught a lot of slack for that. I know because I sent him an email and told him. I said, man, dude, you know what? I used to want to come on your show. Well, with the lineup you've got right now, I'm glad I haven't.
You should go visit him in Austin.
Yeah, Austin is like the asshole of Texas. I'm not going. Yeah, I'm good, man. Yeah. This in the 80s, I used to go to Aquafest. Back when Austin was fair, and there was liberals and there was conservatives. But man, now Austin has been completely a captured operation. Yeah. All the filth in DC has relocated to Austin. Yeah. JP Morgan, I don't know. I don't keep up with none of them. But yeah, Austin is a city. The people are good. Yeah, man, that's the political climate of Texas. It's a takeover. Yeah, Austin's a tiny hat operation. That's all it is. It's terrible. Yeah, politics in Texas suck. But anyway, I'm on board. Absolutely what you're talking about. This was premeditated. It was planned. The little hobbit that put that video out on December 2nd, yeah, that wasn't random. That video was so well put together, so well choreographed. Yeah, this wasn't some, oh man, I just had this moral pinch in my heart to go ahead and do the right thing. No, they're distancing themselves from this guy, and they need to make his fall all the more spectacular in order to create that distance. If it's a gradual, slow fall, and only some people are in on it, then they haven't really severed those ties. That video was genius because it really looks authentic. It's not. That dude doesn't care. He's been involved in all of Billy Carson's grifts.
This question, if he's going down, would that also take down Graham Hancock?
No. There is absolutely no professional crossover between Billy Carson and Graham Hancock. The only common denominator between the Forbidden Knowledge News empire and Graham Hancock's pseudo-professional history. He's not. He's London School of Economics. He's a plant. I don't even believe he wrote those books. The only connection between them is that Jason keeps calling both of them out. That's the only connection between those two guys. Yeah, but there isn't. Graham Hancock has never endorsed Billy Carson for anything. Doesn't even entertain him at all. There's no crossover there. Yeah, Graham Hancock he's something else. He provides about 70% value, educating people on the possibilities of ancient technological civilizations. And then there's that 30% bullshit that I think is the most important, and that's chronological matters, fitting things in their proper historical perspective. So,
one more question. Can you give your assessment of Ralph Ellis? Your interview with him was very good, fantastic one. I think his chronology is kind of off. Am I wrong about that? But what he was saying in presenting as Jesus being this historical.
Well, Ralph Ellis is a very well-read individual. Is he right about everything? Probably not. Nor am I. Those of us who are putting out a phenomenal amount of data, we're entitled to be wrong. We're entitled to make mistakes. It's just, it comes with the territory. And we're also subject and have to endure the public attacks. Yeah, it's just human psychology. I mean, I can provide you 100 data points. In 99 of them, you're not going to be able to overturn. But just one that you can see another alternate explanation for automatically makes the pre-programmed individual, especially religionists, to completely ignore the 99 that they can't deal with. So with Ralph Ellis, I'm going to say that he's probably on the money. There may be some chronological issues here, but the fact that he uncovered so much about the Jesus of Edessa, to me, that's a fifth accretion. You understand? Apollonius of Tyana, Judas during the Maccabean revolt, and Judas and Jesus controversy during the Maccabean revolt. Then we had the other Jesus, Bar Kokhba, in the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Then we had the Gospel of Marcion, which was a stage play that literally took the entire story of Jesus, done in 250-mile strip, and turned it into scenes, acts, curtains open, curtains closed. This is why the gospel reads the way it does. It used to be enacted in a theater, in a Greek theater. And this is why every scene is so vivid and so rich, and it goes from one point to the other. There isn't fluidity. There's no continuity of travel through the gospel. It's a burst. You're at this scene, then you're at this scene, that you're at this scene. It's all highly visual. It's because it was a stage play. Before, we're talking about the Q document. Before, it was Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. before it was the sayings of Jesus in the possession of a Turkish navigator named Marcion, who also had 13 letters of Paul. Before that, it was a stage play, and it was a part of the ancient mysteries, the Eleusinian mysteries, the corn mysteries, the cult of the crucified God. This is what it was. So I already had 4 different origins for Jesus, and not one of them is true, but altogether they are. This is a story that's been built, and it's an accretion. Ralph Ellis educated me that the Jesus of Edessa is probably a 5th element added to the story I was unaware of. Didn't know about it. And I felt kind of like an ass because I've got 3 Ralph Ellis books on my shelf.
Is this still on YouTube right now?
Yeah, Ralph Ellis and I'm going to have you back on my channel. I highly respect you.
Right now, are you still live on YouTube?
I'm still live. Yeah, you're about to say something dumb, aren't you? Yeah. I'm still live on YouTube right now. Yeah. I get you. So yes, I'm gonna have to agree that Ralph Ellis educated me. At the same time, I'm going to tell you that I do disagree with his chronology, but that's such a minor issue. It's such a minor issue. It's probably why this guy Wesley Huff has not communicated with me. I mean, I made that call out very public. That hey man, we need to discuss the first 200 years. You can beat up on Billy Carson and consider yourself an expert, but Billy Carson's not qualified to deal with somebody who's trained in apologetics. In the same email, I'm basically telling the man I am qualified. I will talk to you about the first 200 years of the Christian religion because you're not going to blow that smoke up my ass. So it's I respect him for his education, but his education is programmed. It's Wesleyan University Bible College. And it's all they do is churn out a whole bunch of robots that all know the same data sets. And they can't talk to people like me because I'm going to unravel that shit. So, yeah, Wesleyan University is Bible College. And that's all they do is produce people for the seminary to fill those offering plates. And they all consider themselves experts in their field because that is their field. Their field is being programmed to believe.
Is that collapsed potential?
Come again?
I mean, you can't talk to them because they're done. They're closed. There's no potential.
I'm not saying he's ignoring me. He's just taking his time. He's had plenty of time to respond. Maybe he's investigating me. I don't know. I don't want to accuse the man yet. But the call out is real. I'm waiting for him to respond because this releasing 3 and 5 minute videos just to blow your little channel up, man, beating up Billy Carson. Yeah, man. Once there's a corpse on the ground, you stop kicking it. It's done. And that's exactly what he's doing. It's offensive to me, especially when he's being so quiet with my call out. Yeah, he needs to come to the deal. So Billy Carson's probably going to be very surprised about even hearing this right here. And I'm willing to come to his defense because what really happened isn't cool. This whole Christian network coming together and just attacking him. And because at the end, all of what I didn't tell you was that The Hobbit, when he put out his video, yeah, when he put his video. You guys suck. You suck. If you can just keep a straight face, so can I. I can keep a straight face. When I'm looking at 80 giggles, yeah, it's no good. It's no good. So this guy puts out the video. He made it very, very obvious, like you just observed. He made it very obvious. The last fourth of his video, he went hard pushing Christianity and making it look like everything he's exposing Billy for is because Billy's been involved in unchristian behavior. Total, yeah, I'm not trying to hear it. He was involved in the same behavior for a long time with Billy for years. And then all of a sudden it's a problem. I'm not buying it. Like I said, with Faye's diaper, within the first 41 seconds, I knew this was a damage control video. That's what it was. But you are right. It goes before December 2nd. This has been in the field where they were going to remove Billy from their community because I hate to say this, but I did. I attacked the weakest link. I did. In the ancient aliens community, in the alternative history community, the Gaia community, I literally went after the weakest link. And what made him the the weakest link is the very fact that William Carlson believed he was the strongest. His ego made him so vulnerable. Yeah, little videos like the Shar song, a day is a day. What a minute, a Shar is a day, not a year. You have any idea how many times that dude wanted to reach through that YouTube and slack the shit out of me? I promise you. But that ultimately led to his downfall. And because he was promoted on all these big, huge platforms, they do it all the time. It's called scapegoating. They got rid of him. He's still in tailspin. He may still think he has a career, but it's over. Because the type of video that was done against Billy Carson, I'm not talking about the anti-Christian one. I'm not talking about the one where this Christian academic handled his ass in a debate because he was unqualified to talk about those manuscripts. I'm talking about the expose video on December 2nd, for which I just showed the Ophis algorithm targeted. That video was no ordinary expose. He talked about everything Billy Carson's been involved in that IRS agents would be very interested in knowing. The information he was revealing in that video was specifically designed to twist the dagger. Oh, Billy Carson comes up in the office in the field everywhere, but it's not good. Yeah, it's not good.
For some clarity on that, do you think that Billy Carson was set up, or do you think that they constructed this whole farce?
Okay, I'm going to answer that real quick. Billy Carson's mistake was letting an ex-con with a real colorful history call him out multiple times, and not one time did he ever address it publicly. Because everybody out there on the YouTube scape was watching. Even all the channels that hate me were seeing this. That's Billy Carson's mistake. When somebody professionally calls you out, somebody was standing. I'm not talking about these little shield channels that just want to build a name for themselves. They got nothing to bring to the table. They have no professional accomplishments. I'm talking about when somebody who is accomplished. Remember, I was a published author with many publishing contracts way before I started YouTube. When somebody was standing in the community, actually calls you out on your bullshit, and you don't meet them halfway or give a good justification as to why you won't engage in a debate with that individual, that is critical to your career. He kept moving forward as if he didn't have to give answer for that. But PVD podcast called him out on it. PVD is huge. PVD asked him twice, gave him a chance. Asked him twice. Paul Ben David, y'all know who I'm talking about? Asked him. He says, because he already knew it was a trap question. PVD asked him, so is there anybody on YouTube out there that's been wanting to debate you? Has anybody called you out for a debate? Billy Carson said, well, no. Wait a minute. Yeah, there's one guy. And he says, oh, so there is somebody wanting to debate you, because Billy Carson had just said that he had never lost a debate. So you can't lose a debate if you never had one. You know what I mean? So anyway, PVD asked him again, oh, so there is somebody who wants to debate you. PVD was about to unleash. Billy Carson killed that. He is a kind of smart guy. He is. He saw the writing on the wall. He said his answer was, oh, yeah, well, there is this one guy. But yeah, he abused a 19-year-old girl. And he said he abused a 19-year-old juvenile. That's his exact words. But he abused a 19-year-old juvenile, and he's just a clout chaser. And that was his answer. And Ben David just moved on. But he already knew. My people have been in contact with Ben David's people, sending emails, public call outs. I publicly called out PVD channel and posted the email on my community page. They believe me, they know. I called him out and said, hey man, not really cool. You had Billy Carson on your channel talking about me, and you won't let me defend myself when I'm the guy who's basically telling the whole community that this guy's full of shit. So you have to understand, Billy Carson did this to himself. These huge channels are not going to come to Archaix and let me have all that fanfare and air. What they're going to do is find another way to remove Billy Carson from the field. so it's not an Archaix victory. You follow me? But there's a lot more involved, such as, what's that guy who said the Zodiac was found in the Great Pyramid? Okay, Robert Edward Grant. Come to find out, Robert Edward Grant is supported Billy Carson financially. That's a problem. These guys need to put distance between Billy Carson and them now. This guy's video on December 2nd, yeah, I'm telling you now, the type of data that was revealed is going to get in the wrong hands for Billy Carson. It's that dude's attack video had every intention of just completely collapsing his house of cards.
Well, do you think Billy Carson was in on it with them to begin with in orchestrating and engineering the whole Billy Carson phenomenon, knowing that he's going to play a role, we're going to fund you, we're going to pay you, we're going to build you up, you're going to disseminate all this information, and then we're going to tear you down, and we're going to and give them the money. And do you think it was a legitimate?
No, I see that Billy Carson made a name for himself. Billy Carson, they saw that they could make money off him by investing in him, like this guy did, Grant.
Yep.
Okay, and so this other guy, what's his name? The one that the Hobbit. So we have something very simple in the business world. It's not as deep as a conspiracy as you're thinking. It's really something very simple. It's other content creators with money saw that they could make money off Billy Carson, so he signs contracts with them. And then all of a sudden, this ex-con upstart jumps into the game, and they never saw it coming. And then the call-outs were real, the data sets were real, and Billy Carson wouldn't defend himself, and yet he's financially now connected to all these people.
The reason I asked, not to interrupt, is because if it wasn't that deep of a conspiracy, then once they take down Billy Carson and they were affiliated with him, that would leave them open to him providing all sorts of proofs throughout the years that they were in this too. If he's already done, then now they're running the risk of ruining him, having him turn around and show that.
I see your logic. On the surface, what you're saying is true. In reality, we know everything the president's son did too. It's on that laptop. In reality, the accusers are going to walk. They're going to escape. That's why the Hobbit did that video. That was a perfect video, incised, and went in there and financially decimated him, opened up all kinds of conspiracy charges, and turned around, and he gets to take the moral high ground and show the community that I'm the one that brought this to your attention. Yeah. When a man is in a full tailspin, he doesn't have the power to bring those people down.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. Yeah, we don't look what Hollywood does. Hollywood's famous for it. Whole bunch of actors and actresses. They're all implicated. They're all on the list. They've all been to the island. They've all done all these activities. They've been implicated over and over. There's eyewitness corroborating evidence. It's not circumstantial. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. And then turn around and you get 2 or 3 actors and actresses that are also guilty, but they start giving up all the ones that have been doing it the most, and everybody sees them as oh, okay, yeah, you changed. Yeah, they're the Tulsi Gabbards of Hollywood. Yeah, I'm not buying it, man.
Jason, what do you think's going to fill that void now?
Fill what void?
The takedown of Billy Carson.
There's no void to fill. He didn't really have a lot, but a bunch of scams, a bunch of grifting, and a bunch of bad information.
Talking about the Christian stuff, right? As he was.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, the void that's being filled in social media is Christianity is coming back strong, but it's not a spiritual form of Christianity. It is a socio-political one. It's one that the politicians are going to weaponize. You guys know already. I've been calling it the Christian right. And when they can come together like that and take down a content creator, somebody on Billy Carson's caliber. Now, granted, it wasn't really much of an accomplishment because Billy Carson took himself down. But still, it showed that all of this was highly choreographed. I mean, there's so many channels I've never heard of. I've never heard of any of these channels. And I'm seeing them every day pop up. New Billy Carson expose videos. It's like, damn. I don't even get it. I mean, if there's so many channels looking for good, valuable content to take down, what I'm saying is if this was a natural folding event, then how come all those same content creators aren't attacking me? I'm always exposing Christianity as being artificial construction. I'm always talking about it because it's choreographed. He's just on the menu. I'm not on the menu yet.
Somebody was probably going to ask you about your Trump predictions and the parallels with John Quincy Adams, right, and how he never became president again. He was Speaker of the House, that stuff. And I'm just curious what your take on what's going on and how,
He's talking about predictions 4 years ago. It's right after Trump was removed. Right after Trump was removed from office, right after January 6th. Matter of fact, I did a series of prediction videos about Trump. I even did one about showing the parallels between Trump and Quincy Adams, the son, John Quincy Adams, and how Trump and John Quincy Adams have a very interesting parallel that's not shared among any other American presidents, and that is the fact that their wife was foreign born. The only first ladies that were born in another country. But it goes deeper than that. Their wives were also implicated in weird connections with Russians. It's the third common denominator is that both presidencies were 4 years long and absolutely riddled with media criticism. The media was at war with John Quincy Adams his entire administration. Same thing with Trump. We can't entertain any further along the avenue because January 20th isn't here and it's not guaranteed yet. It's not. I did say in those predictions videos, though, because a lot of people were doomsaying, talking about it's over with, socialists took over, Trump's done, and never come back. But I did say in those predictions videos that according to the algorithms, Trump is still going to stay in American politics. I do not believe that he's going to be president again. But again, I don't care about being wrong. I could be wrong about that. But the parallels are real. John Quincy Adams did not come back as a president, but he did come back as the Speaker of the House.
Different question. Like this morning, we were talking about the spiritual famine and the third horseman had the scale, the Son of the World and the spiritual scale. And how does that tie into the third seal? And do you have any type of visual aid that you can give us how it would play out?
I can't really say more than I already said this morning, but were you here early this morning? Yeah. You were? Okay. I think it was before we started recording for YouTube, was it? Yeah. So the third seal, reducing it to its core Greek, cognates, root words, denominators, and syntax. It's not the same message as the Judeo-Christian wording in the King James Bible or all the offshoots. Almost every variant of the New Testament we have popular today through Zondervan Publishing and all. It's all just variants of the King James. I mean, it's like I said, I'm no Greek scholar, but anybody can look in a lexicon. Anybody can see the root words and cognates. Anybody can see that what's being conveyed is very interesting. The Judeo-Christian interpretation of the third seal has always been in hundreds of books and commentaries and videos that a massive famine is going to eradicate the world. And as we've already seen, and it's only because of the use of the scales and in the actual mentioning that a loaf of bread is going to be a drachma, and then it has a really cryptic statement about the other side of the scale. Do not see that thou dost not hurt the oil and the wine. And everyone interprets oil and wine as something that is a part of the materialism of the bread and the drachma, but it's not. It's a totally different series of passages throughout the thread of Scripture that refer to oil and wine. And this is highly spiritual, not material like the drachma and the bread. So, in keeping with the spirit of our interpretation of the first seal, which was Apollo Pharmakia attacking the human race with something that was going to be detrimental to the human spirit. We haven't seen the full effect of the first seal because we're still in the seals. The second seal these knife attacks, infrastructure attacks, small arms warfare could also have a deeper spiritual meaning deriving from the first seal and what it really did to the blood, to the human soul, the body, the avatar, and how will it affect us spiritually. Keeping with that interpretation, then the third seal, we do have famine, but it's for a minority, it's a very small part of the world. Then we have the majority of the world enduring a spiritual famine, a famine of great magnitude that's going to be completely rob people of their immortality. But it has something to do with the first seal. They're all connected. While that's happening, people won't care. The majority won't care because now they're living in a golden age utopia that comes so fast, an economy that's given to them so fast to where no more needs need to be met. Everything is provided for. And we enter in the Sodom and Gomorrah period in eschatology. Remember, Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed in the year 2046 of the old world's calendar. It was the year 1849 BC precisely. That is 2046 Anno Mundi. In our parallel, this means the Sodom and Gomorrah period begins in 2028, the breaking of the third seal. And it's not what the Judeo-Christian world is expecting. Not going to be a food famine. It's going to be a famine of the spirit, and it's going to be replaced with hyper-materialism. It's going to be a world that's going to be given to us that is so different than anything, that all this BS we've been experiencing, that everybody's going to want to join it. To be a part of that economy comes with rights, privileges, and immunities that literally create a Sodom and Gomorrah society. If you've read the book of Jasher's 3 chapters on the history of Sodom and Gomorrah, you'll know what I'm talking about. They had everything. They wanted for nothing. They had everything at their disposal. They were ultra rich. They were envied by everyone, but they were absolutely spiritually vacuous. So even the book of Jasher even goes into great detail about Sodom and Gomorrah's judiciary. Do you remember those passages talking about the 4 judges? Yeah, the 4 judges, and then the servant of Abraham actually had to go in there and plead a court case out. And because their court system was so corrupt and everybody was getting screwed over, he had picked up a stone and hit the judge in the face with a stone and told him, since your judiciary works in this way, then take the blood that I leaked from your head and pay it to the one that says I owe him. And he was allowed to walk. But Book of Jasher is very, this is what we're entering. 2028 begins the final phase. And the final phase is actually, on a material level, a world you're going to want to live in. Everything accessible. Remember, everybody interprets this negatively. The 2030 agenda, the WEF, we're going to take everything you have, you'll have nothing, and you'll love it. You think they're playing? They're not. They mean that because they know that the society that they're about to initiate is the exact opposite of what the Judeo-Christians are anticipating. They're anticipating a horseman that rides in and everybody starves, great famine, cannibalism, people eating their babies. This is what they actually say in the Christian books. But that's the exact opposite. It's going to be a world of great materialism, like Sodom and Gomorrah. This is Revelation even says the world is called Sodom and Egypt. That's what it says that. And we already know what happens in 2046. Those are all independent data sets about what happens in 2046. Same thing as the destruction of 2046 of the old world. So the scales are talking about materialism versus spirituality. Which one are you going to hold to during that 4-year period? So I hope that answers your question.
Can you give us any more info on like before 2028, like any predictions that you can share on YouTube?
Yeah, I the same thing I've been saying. I think 2025, we're going to have exponential increase in the knifings. Now, for those who don't know, they've never stopped. They started during the Olympics, and then when they went really hard in the UK, Germany, France, Norway, different European countries, even Canada, now the United States. These knifings are getting more and more prominent. This in Greek, macchiati, I believe how you say it, because the Judeo-Christian world believes that the second horseman is red and carries a great sword, but that's not what the Greek says. It's a fiery. It's like a whole bunch of small independent fires. That's the Greek word used for fiery, orange and red. And it's not a great sword. It is a dagger. Small arms warfare. Big, huge difference between a macchiata in Greek and a great sword in English. Huge difference. So it changes the meaning. I believe that all these migrant Muslim implants that have been put, all these are going to be activated in 2025 when all their debit cards all of a sudden don't work. And this is what's going to trigger a new financial reset. It's going to cause a bunch of violence. It's going to cause a whole bunch of isolated incidents in all these white Western nations. But the problem is going to be solved by the nations themselves. There's going to be chaos. There's going to be infrastructure attacks. There's going to be bloodshed. But it's not war. It's all going to be socio-political. They're going to round them up. People think all the FEMA camps and all these detention centers are for the populations of these countries. They are not. They are for the very people that were put into these countries illegally and then funded with these international debit cards that work everywhere. And there's going to come a time in 2025, all those debit cards quit working, and that's when the ball is going to drop. That's when all these events, every bit of this is choreographed to perfection. When these incidents take place, no one's going to be questioning why this happens. They're just going to want solutions. And when different governments come with the solutions, a new type of economy, and erasing of debt, people are going to jump on board. And the impetus that starts it all are the migrants, all these people put in all these countries. Yeah, a lot of people are going to die. There's going to be some violent doors, kick doors. It's going to be a crusade, but it's going to be a crusade now on the homeland, not a foreign war. But it's not going to be that long. 2025, we're going to see the height of that. Just like 2020 started the COVID narrative, 2021, we saw the height of the lockdowns, the restrictions. We saw the height of all that in the first year. Same thing with 2020. Same thing with the second seal. It's going to be the second year that we see the height of all this activity. And it was during the Olympiad, because it ran in tandem with the Pythian calendar as well, just like the Olympiad calendar. We saw earlier this year a taste of what they were talking about, because it was during the Olympics that all those knifings were publicized. And, schools and kids being stabbed by illegals and migrants and all that. So this is what I'm predicting for 2025. You're going to see it on a grand scale, and it's going to have a lot to do with military operations in the Middle East. So the Judeo-Christian version has you believing that the Antichrist came in with the white horse. I'm telling you, it's not true. And those of you who have seen my Revelation decode, the Antichrist isn't even revealed till way after 2040. Way after 2040, 2046, a whole new world, a vapor canopy world. This is how he gets away with changing the calendars. This is how he gets away with the rapid healing. Remember, they try to kill him. This is how the Antichrist gets away with a lot of things. It's a whole different world. It's a vapor canopy world. But I sweat my ass off from this heat. So 2025 is when we can expect a lot of this. But you have to take that into context. World War II was terrible, but it was real nice here in the United States. World War I was a nightmare in trench warfare. The body parts blowing off. People died some horrible deaths in World War I. But just right across the river in Europe, very peaceful, nothing. We have to take these things in context. Bad shit happens every day, but it doesn't happen to everybody. So you just got to figure out, like I tell you all the time, we're living in two different realities. I am discussing one of the realities that the collective belongs to, but the highly individualized soul belongs to something connected to source, for which I can never dictate. I can never tell you exactly what you're going to experience, because I don't have the power that man has. The man upstairs, yeah, if you're directly connected to source, then whatever world you're building for yourself is going to be untouched from any world that's programmed into the collective. I've said that many times and in many different ways. So in essence, the future is nothing to fear. Nothing to fear. Yes.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit off topic, but in all the books that you read, so I know you briefly mentioned alchemists and people that are kind of involved in it, and I know typically you mentioned it from the spiritual side. Have you ever ran across anything that talks about the physical part of alchemy, anything about the philosopher's stone? Or, because I remember reading something in a book way back where it said that several kings in Europe had certain laws forbidding the practice of alchemy. So just wanted to see if you knew anything about that, as well as if you know anything about the Count of Saint Germain, because he's kind of a popular character.
There's only one book from the 1800s about Count Saint Germain. I've read it. Yes, there's only one book. There's very little about this man. He was seen for over 175 years throughout all the courts of Europe, and he never aged. He could speak every language in Europe. He was an anomaly. This man, we don't know much about him, and I can't add anything to that context. There were old women in their 80s and 90s in the French courts that knew, because there was a lot of interchange between the courts. Like a 6-year-old girl in Russia would be sent to the court of France to be raised. And after 10 years of learning perfect French and learning French culture, she would go back home to Moscow. So this exchange between the courts basically in the feudal and the Renaissance period was very popular. So the stories of Count Saint Germain, they were very corresponding. Many people remembered, but there are 2 accounts of a young girl. Well, she was an old woman by the time she saw. When she met the Count Saint Germain, she realized he's the exact same guy she saw as a child. And it was a good 70 years apart. He had not aged a day. And he had openly admitted in some dialogues with different court nobles his age. And he was considered a spy. They didn't know what to think of him. He was considered a spy. He was considered one of the wisest, most knowledgeable men around. He knew he could directly quote every single written text that was known. Very unusual. Now, is he a fiction that was made up? Very well could be. We can't verify he ever existed. So interesting books. But I'm going to tell you about alchemy. I'm going to hurt your feelings about alchemy. All right. The oracles of Dodona, Didyma, Delphi, Olympia, those were intelligence operations. There was nothing magical. There was nothing prophetic about what they were doing. All right, nothing. Prester John and all that was a psyop. There was no hero in the Far East. It was all induced by the church to get people to sell their wealth, to join the Crusader armies, enrich the church, and then go die in Jerusalem somewhere. The reason I'm telling you this is because when alchemy was really, really popular, the Jews were all throughout Europe siphoning the wealth from the European courts. And they needed to come up with a psyop. Somehow we turn base lead into gold. They needed to convince different monarchies that they were making gold, not stealing it. This is what no one's talking about. Alchemy was a cover story. All these alchemical treatises, all of them talking about turning base lead into gold and different procedures and different formulas. It's all bullshit. Every single bit of this is Jewish psyop. Just like the alchemical treatises that are literally telling you the truth in images about resets, underground civilization, and the phoenixes everywhere, and yet all the other material is nothing but constructual. It's Jewish construct. This is why you'll see Hebrew hidden in all these alchemical texts. Somewhere there's going to be something Hebrew written in those. I've shown hundreds of them on my channel. But the whole idea of turning base lead into gold was to convince those courts that they shouldn't be, put in a dungeon, put in the stocks. You have to understand, we have 1,100 or more references to these people kicked out of all the courts of Europe for financial crimes. Alchemy was an excellent cover. It was an excellent cover for the Jewish elite to justify where they got the wealth. Yeah, so hope that didn't just give me a strike.
Returning back to the seals, how did you come to the conclusion that the seals proceed a 4-year interval?
Because the elite are operating on the Greek Olympiad calendar, and Our presidents are elected on the 4-year cycle. The Pythian and the ancient oracle calendar of the Pythian calendar is an oracular calendar. It is also based off the same exact 4-year periodicity. But what led me to the discovery was two things. One, the reality of what we discovered what we experienced in 2020. The Greek breakdown of the first seal, about the toxon, about the corona, about Apollyon. Remember, the subject matter of Revelation is detail specific. It's not a random text. It's about the release of Apollo. It literally says that an angel comes during the tribulation with a key to the bottomless pit, opens it up, Apollo speaks out, who's also called the destroyer, Abaddon. So the release of the unchaining of Apollo, which is the Statue of Liberty, not a female. That's Apollo, androgynous. That is Apollo. You can see that the Statue of Liberty is a prophecy. That's why the chain is broken. It's a lithic prophecy. A statue made of stone, counting down to the release of Apollyon. And we know this, that the torch is liberty. Lady Liberty holds the torch. But to get to the torch, there's 168 steps. Just like the Great Pyramid has 203 steps, starting in 1902 to the year 5999 or 2105 AD. Are you familiar with that research? Are you familiar with the chronometry of the Great Pyramid and how it's a calendar? Okay, the same thing applies to the Statue of Liberty. From the time the Statue of Liberty was dedicated in the harbor outside New York, counting 168 years, is 2052. 2052 is the exact return of the dark satellite. It is the release of Apollyon. Charles Burgoyne in 1887 released his book talking about the dark satellite is a prison. It has ancient occupants, 7, that are looking to be released back into the world. So putting all these threads together with the translation in Greek of the first seal, the white horseman, we have Apollo Pharmakia attacking the human family with a toxin that damages us spiritually. And that the first seal would be broken and done once he's given his crown. Crown is corona. Corona appears around an eclipse. April 8th ended the Olympiad. Right after that, we watched the Olympics. So the Apollo calendar was the Olympiad calendar. This is how all this was put together. Now, there's more. I mean, I'm missing a lot of details because you have me freestyling. But if you go into the videos or on my posts on Twitter, you'll see a lot more detail-specific stuff on that.
Any update from Archaix on when there'll be a hard copy of Chronicon?
I don't know. Chronicon is 1,055 pages, and last time I talked to him about that, I think he wanted to go ahead and publish it as 1,055 pages. Even though I wanted the first 3,000 years, the pre-flood world, I wanted that to be a separate volume. I do see the wisdom. It just makes it more expensive. It's going to be expensive because it's 1,055 pages. But the last I heard, he's going with the full Monty. Yeah. I think somebody over here.
So, in your all the books that you've read, is there anything similar to what is kind of building up like this kind of Archaix community in the things that you've written, that has maybe come together before?
That's a good question. I have only entertained that in theory as to why resets really happen. Because too many people are aware or waking up and it's affecting the collective programming. Now you're asking me for an example. I don't have an example for an awakening community. What I do have an example for is like the Christian right. When a religion is used and politicized to overthrow a paradigm. That's what happened with the French Revolution. Religion was used and it was banished. I don't know, what's his name? Robespierre? Am I pronouncing this right? Robespierre? Robespierre, yeah. Robespierre, yeah, he instigated the revolution, was one of the major proponents for it. And what did they do to him? They scapegoated him.
So would this be maybe a unique community because of the possible collapse of civilization?
Because we're in our final iteration, I think that any awakened community is also very unique, not just Archaix. The reason I'm going to say that is because I'm going to tell you something Face Diver showed me. These are orders of magnitude, like with the Phoenix phenomenon. So you're familiar with the Tesla 369 deal, right? Just the concept that Tesla was fascinated with these orders of magnitude. Face Diapers just walked in the door. His ears are burning. So he actually educated me on something because I'm not a gematria guy. I don't even care about it. It's so beyond me. I've just got too much on my plate. Well, we were talking about the 138-year Phoenix deals, and he says, hey, do you know that I use Tesla's formula, man, to prove you're right about the Phoenix phenomenon? I said, what are you talking about, man? So I didn't know what he's talking about. He says, well, if you look in the historical record, every Phoenix event happens on a 3, a 6, or a 9. And that's the magnitude of the historical record, how bad the destructions were. I'm like, all right, cool. I was trying to let it go because I have no idea. I'm not into that type of stuff. I hear Tesla and it turns me off. I hear things like 369 and gematria, and I just mentally shut down. I'm moving on. But he wouldn't. That's his character trait. He would not shut up. So I'm trapped in the studio with him. I'm in my computer. He's not going to let me mind my business. So I just stopped and looked at him. I said, what are you talking about, man? He says, it's easy, man. It's so simple. He says, you got all this complex data and data sets and all that. I said, man, I don't even hear that bullshit. We just need to know 369. I said, what are you talking about? I'm about to kick him out of my studio. So I said, what are you talking about? He says, 1902, man. Not a whole lot happened, but you documented all this stuff. You documented stuff from all over the world. Well, it was like an editing process, and it just passed by. Those who were aware, like Charles Ford, knew something had happened and documented a lot. But 1902 was nothing. So I said, okay, all right, I know what you're talking about. He said, it's a 3. So I'm like, how's it a 3, man? He says, 1 + 9 + 8. He goes through the whole deal and shows me that it's a 3. So I've never been into that numerology stuff. I'm just not in it. I'm not in it. So I could not believe when he broke it down and told me 1902 is a 3 and showed me. Then he showed 2040 is going to be a bad one, but you already said that it's only going to affect 25% of the population. I said, yeah, that's exactly what it's going to do. It's not a real bad one, but it's going to be noticed by everybody. He said, yeah, man, it's a 6. Well, man, how's it a 6? I thought about it, like 2 and a 4. It's a 6. He's got me doing numerology now. As soon as he said that, I jumped straight to 2178, which I know is a bad one. It's total systemic reset, 2178 to 9. Chalk it up to Face Diaper to educate me. So, yeah, he was going through all of them, showing me the path. I was like, wow. It's crazy. Sit down, Face Diaper. Sit down, man. We got an after party to go through. Technically, we were done 3 minutes ago, 5 p.m. We're still live. This is a very long live video on YouTube. We're still live. I need to get to her. I got one last question. I love that baby Phoenix.
I was just going to ask, are you familiar with Dr.
I am. Hundreds of you have asked me, and listen, I've already told several people that I'm going to invite them on my channel. Before I made that leap, I had to listen to at least one video. Yeah, I had to listen to one. I like him. I'm impressed. He's got his nuances.
Yeah.
So you know what? But people say that about me too. He's an expert in Greek, so I'm really gonna dig in on him. You guys already know, anybody who's a guest on my channel, whether I disagree with them or not, they're gonna be absolutely respected. I mean, I showed that when I had Ben Davidson on my channel. I believe absolutely nothing the man says. So, but he's respected. He's respected. I just can't go with NASA guys. NASA guys just get under my skin because there's no difference between believing NASA data and believing religious data. There's no difference. It's all entirely subjective, and you can't verify any of it. So, yeah, it is. Yeah, it was good to see you last night. But she's been to a few meetups too. All right. I want to thank you guys for coming. I like how you get my mental juices going. And I'm glad we had that real good talk before we started recording for YouTube. Well, this has been a long YouTube video. I want to thank my moderators for hanging in there. I know some of them did, even though they didn't have Pamela Swan. Woohoo! Yeah. So the name, what is the name? The 024 Grill?
Yes, in the Westin Hotel.
In the Westin Hotel 024 Grill. We took it over last night. We're going to take it over again tonight.
WESTIN Hotel.
Westin Hotel. So what I'm saying is we're going to put everything up. It's 5 o'clock. I'm thinking 7 o'clock we'll reconvene at the Westin. Give y'all time to get a break. Give you a break. Go in there, whatever. Listen, it's not going to hurt my feelings if one of you take pity on me and buy me a Modelo with salt and lime. Salt and lime. Yeah, man. So, I already got it. Anyway, we're done, guys. I'm just rambling from here on out. I appreciate it. Appreciate you coming. Had a great time. I'm about to turn this YouTube off.
Right here? All right, so what is that rock?
Jason, it just died just now. The green light here. Your battery.
Oh, did it?
It just died.
That's fine. We got to put everything in the boxes. That's fine. Absolutely, man. Yeah.
Backing up.
That's why you gotta hit me up on email sometime. We go out. We go out, man.
Yeah, I come visit my mom regularly.
Oh, yeah? Oh, we're still on camera. Hold on. Let me end this.